What's going on, everyone, and welcome to a brand new episode of the official Capcom Pro Tour pre-show, No Neutral. I am Big Hollywood, Rob TP, and I'm joined by my brother, the biggest influencer in the game. I feel like you just now didn't have a mustache. Now you got a little 5 o'clock shadow. What's going on over there, Brian?
You know, you said my power levels were dropping, so I'm trying to return to true form here. You know, the peer pressure's kicking in, so trying to get over the baby face, level up again. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what we got to do here on No Neutral. But that said, we got a lot of Street Fighter action to get into today, as always. But before we do that, we got to give a big shout out to Capcom Fighters Japan and all the Japanese viewers for tuning in and supporting No Neutral each and every episode. We thank you for your continued support. That said, Rob, we wrapped up the story. I feel like this last CPT event kind of wrapped things up nicely and presented us with a new chapter, new beginnings, if I could put it that way, because Central America West has just concluded, and we have not only a brand new champion, but 2 brand new players in grand finals, not new to the scene, not new to the grind, but new to that grand finals position to battle it out for the Capcom Cup spot, because Kusanagi, the favorites or the cursed one, whichever one you want to look at it, you know, he completed his arc, it seems like. Kusanagi was not in the grand finals position this time, closing out at 5th place. Instead, we had a showdown between Todokai and Seoul VNG to battle it out for Capcom Cup, and what I think was definitely an exciting match and kind of a classic example of kind of picking your opponent apart, because Seoul VNG, surprise, surprise, he's the one who qualified for Capcom Cup over Todokai. And man, I was watching that set, his offensive decision making after he got that reset, the close 3-2 reset where Todokai was a round away from punching his ticket to Capcom Cup. He smelled blood in the water. I mean, did you see the number of like heavy tatsus he did, the sharp jump axe kicks, the number of jump ins he presented in general? It just felt like every offensive option he went into the well, it just worked over and over and over.
I want to make sure I guess first and foremost, we should, I actually want to shout out my man Grand Todokai first and focus on his story. So Brian, I know that you remember, Todokai actually just fought recently through some serious health issues. You remember the whole FGC was just banding together, talking on Twitter and everything, supporting them. So for somebody to be fighting through that adversity, and you know, from what I understand, he's actually doing good now. But you know, he fights through that, and then even making it a less extreme or serious situation, but you know, still an in-game situation. His the fact that Urien got adjusted, you know, as far as just in-game trials, and still with Urien being adjusted, losing the invincibility on that EX head, but he's still using that Urien looking ridiculous, fighting all the way to grand finals. And another thing I'll bring up is Grand Todokai is somebody who he's a regular in our streams and everything, bro. Like, he'll DM me, like, you know, we'll talk back and forth on things. He'll ask about stuff about content and growing. And one of the things that he wishes is that there was more eyeballs pretty much on his region. So being completely transparent, I always say that I feel like sometimes people look at things that way, but then when there is an opportunity, when there is a look, they don't actually go and do anything with it, right? Whereas with this right here with Todokai, because I think everyone has within reason some type of opportunity. All of us have some type, even if it's small, but then, you know, what you gonna do with it when those lights are on? Todokai and this tournament showed that, yo, I've been talking and I mean what I'm saying. I am, you know, this good. I do care this much to be prepped to the level that he was. So I was extremely happy to see him perform so well. So make sure everyone look up Grand Todokai as far as his Twitch stream and everything. He even does like VTubing and all of that.
Right, and he's not new. Like we mentioned before, I think this is the first time he's been in such a big position to qualify, but he's actually been one of the players from this region that the CPT event covered. He's from Panama, along with Doomsnake, one of the guys who actually traveled to a lot of the CPT events in like the 2018, 2019 seasons. I even faced off with him in Game Over in DR back when he was playing Blanca. So speaking of making adjustments with the times, right? He used to play Blanca, played Urien, and in this bracket, he even busted out a very impressive Cody to make what I think was probably the biggest upset of the bracket, 3-0 over Kusanagi with Cody in winner semifinals, the first match at top 8. I was not expecting that whatsoever. So it shows that Todokai has not been, taking it easy. He's been putting the work and recognizing the ways the current is flowing, so to speak, and adding Cody to his repertoire of characters. And it was looking nice. I mean, he picked Kusanagi apart in that set to put him in a position to go to winners finals, and then beating the other qualifier from this region, MJ Gama. So it's not like he did not have an easy path to get into that grand finals position. However, the guy who was the sleeper pick, who I think we got to give Rob some credit here, he called it for a top 8. Seoul VNG went on the run of a lifetime, because not only was he the one to win the tournament from loser side, he went to losers in pools. He lost to MX Gus, very strong Colleen, before top 16 2-1. So this is not a case of someone getting into top 8 through losers and making the long marathon run to win it. He went to losers before top 16 even began. You know how many more games you have to play to win that? So his run was definitely very tremendous. Some close calls, but it was really interesting because it wasn't just Seth. His run included using Luke, and also he busted out Falk versus Jazdero, who was using Akira. And then also against Gama as well, using Falk against Cammy, which I think is a great pick. That is definitely, in my opinion, at this stage in the game, a counter pick. People can maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but just naturally having that 2-button DP to stop the air approach, having extra range on your buttons.
Range.
Yeah, more horizontal range. You have the anti-air, quick anti-air approach, and pretty good damage on a character like Cammy. I mean, that he just picked apart Gama with the 3-0. And then going back to the tried and true Seth in grand finals against Todokai, man, this person's Soul's offensive choice and decision making. The one thing I really want to point out also, which we haven't already mentioned, is the usage of V Trigger 2 from Seth.
I was gonna say he was actually destroying Todokai.
Todokai did not block a single one, and we mentioned the Todokai kind of falling apart after the reset. Let's go back to that last moment before the reset. Todokai actually missed a crush counter opportunity. He landed a crush counter and he just had to dash up and do a combo, and he would have went to tournament point for another chance to win the tournament. He dropped the crush counter, and then that gave Soul an activation opportunity with V Trigger 2, and you gotta hold that these days. You can't V reversal. Yeah. He tried to V reversal on the last hit. Soul got a full combo into CA, which did about 10 billion% damage, and then reset the bracket on that. And that was the moment where, ooh, man, you could see Todokai fall apart.
Someone's like soul leave their body at moments like that.
Oh, Soul took his soul in that moment, yes.
And overall, like, just his whole approach to this tournament. So of course, like you said, I definitely have posted up that he was my sleeper pick. If you look at the World Warrior, the first World Warrior event that they had there, he actually made grand finals winner side. His Seth is looking just absolutely ridiculous there. And then Kusanagi reset him and ended up winning the tournament, but it was very close. I'm like, wow, this dude is looking, he's looking damn near unstoppable outside of Kusanagi, barely clutching it out. But as far as the way he approached this, it's interesting that in that grand finals, he used Seth against Kusanagi. But yeah, so he actually goes Luke against Kusanagi as far as this top 8, right? And I want to say he 3-0'd him with Luke too, or was 3-1?
It was 3-1.
Yeah, but it was convincing, 3-1. So the fact that he came right back, that World Warrior event that we're talking about was not long ago whatsoever. No. And he comes right back with a brand new pick. And even the fact that he comes to fight Gama, and as you said, he brings that fault. And when I see someone go for like a counter pick, a lot of times they aren't actually super on point with the specifics of the matchup. But the idea is I don't need to be as good with this character as I am with my main, because the tools just line up right. But the way that he played that, I remember there's one specific moment in Gama versus Soul, where Gama goes for like the hooligan, the dance slip. I was gonna say the dance slip. That's what we call it in America. But he goes for Cammy's regular hooligan to the dive kick, and Soul hits him with a V shift into like crouch light punch, 2-button DP in the CA for the kill. And so many times also, I would say on defense, you bring up his offense, his reads on his opponents were so good, especially if you look at that matchup. So many times, of course, a Cammy player, a Karen player, characters like that, they like to go for a button, and then at some point, like people who play those characters, we're gonna walk up a little bit after our mediums to try to steal a few frames. But the question is when. So you can know, but you don't know when. But as far as Soul, he knew exactly when, was able to challenge with that crouch light punch, with that crouching light every single time with the bulk pretty much. So he was extremely prepared for this tournament.
With that said, congratulations to Seoul VNG. You are now qualified for Capcom Cup, and we're excited to see what you bring to the Cup this year. With that out of the way, it's time to go across the pond, or is it across the pond and maybe across the puddle? I don't know. If you go from Central America West all the way to Birmingham, UK, you got a few. You got to take a few more skips to get there, right? So, with that said, we're going to Versus Fighting, an offline major that has returned in true form in 2022, and we're going to cover some of the results from there. But I think the big takeaway that we wanted to cover is, we want to talk about the young man, almost prodigy. He's not there yet for prodigy level, but he's been the guy putting the pressure on the entire UK scene, and he has gone offline for the very first time. He's a COVID era player, an online era player, and he did work at Versus Fighting. We're talking about Ending Walker.
He's a what era, Brian?
An online era player. This young man has put in work. He has put in the practice. He has put in the hours, and he has taken titles, online titles, for about a year and a half now. And he's just coming into true form now. Like he's winning World Warrior events. He's placing extremely high in the CPT events, and he's taking out some of your favorites in the UK along the way. Finally doing offline things, getting third place at Versus Fighting. So it's kind of interesting to see someone who has kind of risen to some level of notoriety, some level of accomplishment in an online era, exclusively online, then immediately translate to having success offline. Third place at a decently stacked major like this for your first offline event with the pressure on, the crowd behind you, that's no easy feat to do.
The conversation, Brian, I want to say is over. But that's as far as, common sense is concerned, the conversation is over. But I love the fact that there's some people who are just so, mentally old, who are so not with the times and have to make so many excuses that they can't accept what's right there in their face. The neon signs that says online counts. I don't want to just say online matters, because you could interpret that a different way. Oh yeah, to get better. No, it counts. Why? Brian, you notice, I think it was you who brought it up to me, but it could have been someone else. I think it was you though, that the fact that the two Evo online champions, two of the online Evo champions, Adam won Evo online in America. He jokes about it. My man Kawano won Evo online in Japan. And then who was in grand finals Evo? I'm pretty sure it was the two online Evo. What are the chances of that? And then here goes this kid, Ending Walker, who, God forbid, this kid just happens to be a young kid and wasn't old enough to the point where he was just traveling around the world back before we had, back before the online era of the COVID and all of that. So what happened? He got very good. He improved tremendously from 2019 to now. He won their last two World Warrior events. Now, before this VS Fighting event happened, right, Brian? If I went to a major or a Street Fighter League or Capcom Cup or whatever it may be, and I was having a conversation with a lot of players, and I brought up Ending Walker as one of the best players from the country over there, a lot of people would have looked at me like I was crazy, because they're not that smart. That's the only logic that I come with. They're probably the smartest people in the world as far as a lot of other topics. But on this, no. But now all of a sudden, he goes offline, and what happens, Brian? He makes winners finals. He ended up finishing in third place overall at his first ever offline major, ever. He only has had online to practice. So at this point, I feel like we have to, let's just move that conversation under the rug eventually.
It's just funny for me to think about it, because like the way a lot of people's logic works, it's like you have to rely a little bit on burying your head in the sand for any of the mental hoops to work out. Because like if you were one of the people who said online doesn't matter or count at all, or like some people treat the online era as like a time skip, like nothing here matters, like no one is getting better, only people are getting worse, maybe, like you can't improve in this era, they would have to see Ending Walker in top 3 and go, who's that? You know?
Right. What do you say in this?
This is a
case?
brand new player who's never competed before.
Yeah,
I've never heard of his name. He's
Yeah.
never done anything offline before, and online doesn't exist to me. So this is it's amazing. First
So
ever
he just
tournament.
woke up and just he never played Street Fighter damn near. He just woke
Yeah,
up.
he's never played Street Fighter ever. This is his first time ever playing Street Fighter, top 3 to major. What a headline that would be, huh? It's as if he might have had a lot of practice in some high pressure situations that prepared him for this moment, right? So it's just funny to see the logic. People really swear like, I know you're a little bit more extreme in egging them on, but some people do act like you literally cannot improve from online, and I just feel like your head is just in the sand. Like, I don't understand how you could justify that line of thinking, but this is like a perfect, Ending Walker is like the experiment here, because I'm pretty sure his entire training experience has been only online, so we're seeing, firsthand here how that can produce high-level players, and, players who might not have the opportunity otherwise to do things like go offline. Like, even before the online era, I think the online era now, just people built more of an infrastructure to give these players a platform and a reason to practice and ways to get high level experience. Even before then, we just wouldn't see these guys. They would have not be able to go to offline tournaments. It's not free to go to these tournaments. If you're a kid in high school, you got homework to do. Is your mom going to drive you to a tournament or put you on a plane to fly you across the country and spend X amount of dollars to get there? No, right? So now we have a platform to incentivize and provide more of a pathway for players to improve and test their mettle against the best in their region. And we're seeing that in Ending Walker. So big 3rd place finish to him. But that said, he didn't win. We did have, the lone American Punk there.
The lone American.
The lone American. He did work in a lot of games, but he took Street Fighter V in this one. And then Jester Power in 2nd place. Want to give him a big shout out. He's been one of a long time UK players, and I feel like this is one of his big breakout performances in a while. Like, he's always had kind of like some big performances here and there in like UK region events, and he's even gone internationally a few times, but I feel like this is the first time in a while we've seen him in that grand finals position, and it was a 3-2 set in that first set. Punk won it, so he put up a really good fight. So a big shout out to Jester Power for doing things with the claw. He loves that character, man. I mean, he embodies it IRL.
He's one of the only people. How many other people are there like that are pretty good players that are like fully committed to a gimmick like that? Like a wrestling gimmick,
like practically cosplaying. He dresses up like Vega pretty often. He's not full-blown cosplay, but maybe that's what saves his skill. I know what you're getting at. If you cosplay your character, you can't be good, right? That's the rule.
I didn't say that.
I know where you're going with this.
I don't think I see anyone doing like that is as strong as he is.
Right, he has the mask.
The mask and all that. I think that's I think that's dope. Like,
well, that's because he does his own twist on it, which allows him to retain all his skill. If he went full blown, more accurate Vega,
if you put those tight ass pants on, you losing, bro. The purple and yellow with the open shirt.
Start playing with the claw on at the same time. At that point, it's like, all right, the results are gonna dip, but he rides a good balance right now to still get the results. But yeah, it's awesome just to see. But yeah, moving on from that, it's a big shout out to Versus Fighting. It was awesome to see the offline major return, and it was very entertaining to see all the players duke it out over there. But that said, we're moving on to another region, and this one has been like one of the most consistent storylines since we started doing the online CPT. We're going to South Africa, where once again the story is lining up for Javi M to throw down against Billy Date. I hate to say it, surprise, surprise, we don't do this immediately after people qualify for top 16, right? So, or I'm hoping this storyline lines up, but we just have to emphasize it. Like, this is the storyline. Javi M versus Billy Date was the grand final qualifier for their CPT event last region. Billy Date actually ended up taking that one over Javi M, who was the favorite, because Javi M won Capcom Fighter sets. Just before that, it was like a 10-5, 10-7 kind of score. I think it was pretty dominant in Javi M's favor.
I think Javi was down the first 3 games straight or something.
Right. But Billy Date won the first 3, which that's a tournament set. Then in grand finals, Billy Date busts out the Ed to win the sets. And the Ed was one of the characters that we hadn't seen Billy Date use, even though he represented like Nikali and Zeku, and Javi M was staying steadfast with his Karen pick. But that said, we saw World Warrior, and they've had one of their monthly events already pass, and Javi M versus Billy Date was grand finals again, but this time the character roster was looking a little different, right?
Yeah, my man Javi actually pulled out the Nash against the Ed, which I'm like, okay, like he's been in the lab. I wonder. Now I do wonder, might he regret showing him that in World Warrior? You know what I mean? Like,
maybe.
And honestly, they have so many different characters, like you said. We've seen the Zeku, we've seen the Kali. Well, mainly from Billy.
Right,
we've seen Zeku, Nikali, Ed. We've seen a lot of characters his way, but this is, I think, the first time that we saw Javi switch away from the Karen in like a serious match. And the Nash actually looked ridiculous too. And you know, and just as an aside, speaking of characters, you know, we didn't talk about it when it came to the Ender Walker thing, but you know, these Eds, bro, like the character variety right now is ridiculous. And I was wondering, just in general, what do you think about Ed? Like, do you think Ed is pretty good?
I think
right
Ed
now?
is incredibly strong right now. I think he's super good.
Bro, at VS Fighting, Ender Walker was like not mashing in like a negative way, but he was throwing out Flicker a lot.
Well, you know, fighting games are all about risk reward, and Flicker is no risk all reward. You know, with the adjustments he has, with the ability to meter burn the Psycho Knuckle extension after the Flicker, that move is very hard to whiff punish. You know, it's a good surprise attack. I think it's 5-frame startup. It might be a little bit longer than that, but it moves him forward, so it has a great hitbox. So it's really hard for you to whiff punish him, and very easy for him to whiff punish you with it. And then if he makes contact, burn the meter, get the knockdown, get the stun and damage, get the pressure, right? And then his throw pressure is actually very good. So his adjustments have been making it more and more.
Two good V-triggers.
Oh yeah, I think his V-trigger usage was a little underdeveloped in early years. You know, those haven't really been changed too much, besides like extra uses of V-trigger 2.
V-trigger 2, the guard break.
V-trigger 2 guard break was added, correct. That was like season 4 or 5 maybe. But I think V-trigger 1 was actually underrated for a long time. I think people are finally figuring out how to optimize, like get the most number of mix-up attempts off of it, because once it comes out, it's there. Like you're holding at least 5 throw attempts, right? Like it's in your grill. So Ed is very relevant right now. And Billy Date, that was the surprise pick last season, and it seems to be what he's sticking with for the most part when going up against Javi. So I'm kind of curious, like you mentioned, are they going to switch it up again? Like there is something to be said for showing your hand too early, because winning a World Warrior event is great, and you want to win those points as the season progresses to secure better seeding. But your CPT event, you know, it's 5 chances to secure a placing versus 1 chance to win, right? So you're not wrong. There could be a meta there, but honestly,
and you know, a lot of people would probably think, like, even like the situations where it's like Angry Bird and Big Bird over in the Middle East, or here with Javi and Billy, when you have 2 players who tend to dominate overall, right? That okay, well, if one of them win, then the other one's gonna just get the spot in World Warrior. This is the thing. I could co-sign that if the format wasn't the way it is for World Warrior. If the format was over all of these months, whoever has the most points qualifies, then I'd say, oh yeah, the favorite's gonna win. That's not how it goes here. The top 8 qualify, and then don't lose on that day, or it's over with. Kusanagi just won the last World Warrior event for his region. But then for the actual Capcom Cup, that one tournament, I mean for the CPT event, he got 5th place. Right. So ideally, everyone definitely would prefer to be like Travis Styles and a lot of these other players and just qualify right now and not have to worry about it. So you know, you're definitely still in the fire at that point. But as far as this region overall, I mean, we got, like I said, we got to bring up Billy, we got to bring up Javi. But also, you know, there's a certain OG player over there that actually gives them a bit of trouble as well.
Yeah, Sean Carrington is the guy who used to be the reigning champs, or so it was told, you know, prior to the online CPT era, who was winning most of the events in that region. He actually did really good in the last CPT. He was one of the only people to take games on both Billy and Javi M. He lost to Billy Date 2-1 in the top 16, and then went to losers, and Javi M was surprisingly in losers early, and then lost 2-1 to Javi M. So, you know, that's easily like a top 3 kind of finishing. Like, he lost to the 2 guys 2-1 who were in grand finals, right? First and second. So it's kind of curious to see like how that would have panned out if they met later in the bracket. But I'm curious to see if he's even going to enter this event. Like, I'm not sure if he's going to try to show up and be the monkey wrench in the bracket one more time. But there's other players who can cause these upsets as well. Apollo CPT is the player who actually put Javi M in losers early, in that CPT event using Guile. We have Ren, who just had a top 3 finish in his World Warrior event as well. So it's not like there's no players who are vying to like establish themselves in that pecking order of, hey, I'm in this conversation too. So you're not wrong. I feel like the CPT event is like a lot of pressure on these players. We saw that with Javi M. He definitely said he felt the pressure last season for CPT, and then he ended up losing to Billy Date. He was the favorite. Like, Billy Date was the guy giving him the challenge, but he was the clear-cut favorite at that moment, and then we saw Billy Date take the championship position. This event, it's going to be no different. There's a lot of pressure on these players, and then after that, the World Warrior event, you don't want to be one of the top 2 favorites and then go the whole season qualifying and go to World Warrior and then potentially lose there as well, right? So there's a ton of pressure on these 2 players, but also a lot of opportunity for the rest of the region to be like, all right, you know, don't slip up. You know, we're chomping at your heels here, right? Like, these guys have been grinding all year round for this moment to secure themselves a spot in the Capcom Cup.
And there's not only an opportunity for South Africa here, there's opportunities for pretty much every region, so many regions throughout the world. And for all the viewers at home, find the nearest CPT region near you on CapcomProTour.com so that you can sign up for your own Capcom Pro Tour event and try to punch your way in the Capcom Cup.
And with that said, there's not only the Capcom Pro Tour CPT events to qualify, you can also try your luck with the World Warrior program. It's a series of 5 monthly events for each region. And we got more regions available as well for this program. So if you want to compete with the best of the best and qualify for the final top 8 bracket to earn your spot in Capcom Cup, head over to CapcomProTour.com for all the details. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, we are done with the pleasantries. We're done discussing what could be, what might be, and it's time to see what will be. The players before you have been competing for their right to compete in this top 16 bracket, and they are hungry for that top 8 spot to play in the finals on Sunday. It is time for South Africa CPT Top 16.
When you go looking for strength, it's not like a game. This journey doesn't have a real ending. Okay then, hope you're ready to begin. If you want to start off on the right foot in this city, hit the streets.
Yeah, hey there, I do this. Never fear losing. And when I get up in the game, y'all be improved. A real problem, but I solve them all facts proof. And if you think I'm going forward, then you talking fool. Yeah, y'all wanna win, let me spin, boy. All done inside, I'm super fly like I'm hanging off the rim, boy. I've been winning for my kinfolk, and I put on for my city from the intro. Fight! Training getting wound up, channeling the inner self and moving up and down. Crossing over, passing around, full of time the clock and keep score. Years I never thought it crossed before. When I get tired on my knees, I gotta get really deep. I feel like I'm on the road, it really has got me. Since I went the way, no goodbyes, and you just let again. Somebody that's scheming, ride around and dreaming. Once I get the feeling,
The top player is here.
Let me have some fun.
Ready? Then show me.
This will be a good fight.
if you wanna come and stand up to me, pull up on me now. If you wanna challenge to me, what you wanna go me now. I'm on the road to the top and I'm not looking back. I'm on the road to the top and I'm not looking back.
This is our destiny.
My secret art, Shoryuken! Street Fighter VI.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Capcom Pro Tour South Africa. Today, I am Jake Ryan, joined by the wonderful Vicious, and we've got one hell of a competition coming up this wonderful Saturday morning.
Yeah, we don't need any sort of caffeine because we've got all the action going for you in this top 16. Again, very excited to see this region because these guys have been going back and forth with each other since the World Warrior events that have been going on, right? Again, for those of you that haven't been following along, Rob TV and Brian F., especially in No Neutral, they've been talking about a lot of the World Warrior events, and guess what? A lot of these players are coming from those events in South Africa, and it's so exciting to see where they placed because now they're in the same kind of bracket for even bigger stakes for the Capcom Pro Tour's Capcom Cup.
Yeah, the Capcom Cup coming back this year for potentially the final year of Street Fighter V as we go into Street Fighter VI. And like you said, a lot of the heavy hitters that we see in the World Warrior series coming right back. Big favorites in the form of Javi M and the side of Billy Date going back and forth in their sets. You know, we had the sets first to 10 thanks to Jammers. And God, these two players, if they're not destined to be the favorites of this bracket, I'm not sure, but...
It's so funny you mentioned that because we had that exact same storyline for Central America West and how it was completely flipped upside down, right? So I'm looking to see whether or not we repeat those same results because there's so much on the line, right? We talk about it. We look at how much is going through each and every one of these players' minds, right? We want to see who's got what it takes to make it into the grand finals. Let's take a look at the bracket before we talk about the pricing. In fact, we have our top 16 already established. Going into it, Javi M, the favorite to take it all the way. Starting things off against Renowned Gamer, a.k.a. Just Ren, as well as Psycho 9 going up against Apollo. Billy Date versus Naruto RSA. Goba versus my favorite name, Vin Petroleum. That is easily the coolest name out of everybody, right? Not Vin Diesel, but hey, we'll take it.
Yeah, Vin Petroleum got to get everything nice and covered, especially with the Rashid, all right? That is one slippery character to deal with. And in the loser side, it is a slippery slope because you only get one opportunity to win here. And you know what? You do not want to go out before that top 8. You have to win 2 games. And the players that are up to bat is Erafon Pierce, obviously rocking the claw. So really love Vega playing it out. And again, character diversity is a huge thing here as we go next to the next player, Clavisto, on the Guile as well. And then, you know, pure Hart player, character out from my heart on Ken versus Ryukai on the set. So, you know, very good character diversity so far. And then at the bottom, getting clean, you have Soap versus, I believe it's Filet Blazer. So playing Filet Blazer 420 on the Luke, the singular Luke in the entire bracket. So, you know, typically we've been seeing a lot of Lukes throughout multiple regions, obviously on the West Coast, the East Coast, and in Europe. But only one this time. And Sequele right there on the Zangief, one grappler. You know, no green hand, but has the green light to continue on in this top 16 versus 7BD on the Akuma. So very stacked bracket. A lot of the names that we would expect for the South Africa region. And, you know, it might be, like you said, turned on its entire head. Javi M is definitely one of the favorites to win, as well as Billy Date. But any of these players can do it. They made it to this part of the bracket for a reason.
And we've mentioned a lot about character diversity. You may be wondering why I actually skipped over all the characters that the winner side actually presented. Well, to be honest with you, each and every one of these players have, in fact, a secondary and sometimes a tertiary, right? There's a lot of characters to be listed, and I'll go by them one by one pretty much as the matches go on because there's just so much to go through, right? One of them is the pricing, obviously. 5K is going to be awarded to the top 4 for this weekend's event, I should say, for South Africa. Again, there's going to be so much on the line, and it's actually pretty generous considering you get to play for free.
Exactly.
At the comfort of your own home.
Yes.
And playing against the people that you pretty much have been familiarized with for pretty much a whole year now since their inception into the Capcom Pro Tour. They've had plenty of other events even before that. In fact, we even had a Capcom Cup champion visit South Africa scene. We had Gaji-kun kind of like show us the ropes in that event that he actually participated in. Actually, one of the players in our top 16 was like, you know, I've had the opportunity to play against Gaji-kun like X amount of games, and I only won once. But sometimes that's all it takes. That's just how you know it's like, man, I can make this person bleed at least once. It's like there's improvement, there's hope, there's potential. Yeah, it's so sick.
There's a shining piece in my gameplay that can take down a Capcom Cup champion. How do I harness that and continue to push forward? It is so good, and that's what I love about the entire CPT is these players get to rise up and see how they shape against the rest of the world, and only one player is going to get to that #1 CPT position. So, you know, like I said, my favorite to win is Javi M, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how they present things. And even in New Neutral, we said, like, yeah, we don't nail down a singular character yet because we saw multiple characters and even a switch against the likes of Billy Date.
And let's talk about that, right? Javi M going up against Renowned Gamer, a.k.a. Ren. We're just going to call him Ren for, going forward. But Javi M, again, still rocking the Karen, was forced to pick up another character to counter the Ed pick.
Oh, yeah.
Right, from Billy Date, right? That Nash, he's been putting out a lot of content, actually. Goliath Gamer's own Javi M has been putting in a lot of work, both on and offline, right? Playing in the CPT, playing on CFN, as well as creating that content on YouTube, right? He's showing off some of the characters and some of his, you know, his progress. Ren, on the other hand, also grinding it out, right? Still has the Ken on deck. Also has a pocket Ibuki.
Oh, yeah.
He's very much so no stranger, right? He was also a part of the World Warrior event, just shy of 8th place right now. He actually got 9th place.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, I'm not surprised if we see him in the next World Warrior event within the top 5 because the way he was playing was phenomenal.
Yeah, and we're going to see this phenomenal play coming up soon, but we're going to hear what Javi M has to say before going into this match. Obviously one of the favorites to win, and you know, Javi M coming in, knowing their position, I just need to keep my mental on point, and that is what you love to see from a top player. Look how serious this man is in his headshot, by the way. Like, that is a man ready to play. It's professional.
Professional. That is for sure. I got to say it in the voice of professional. That is most definite when it comes to Javi M. Pretty much gets down to business in his gameplay and does not mess around. The last time these two played was over at the World Warrior event. He actually took it down 3-0.
Ooh.
Even prior to that, in events in like last year, I think he still has a running win streak against Ren.
Oh, wow.
As it stands. I think in total he's played about 7 games and he's 100% in win total. But I want to know what happens this time around. I think there's a lot of data to be digested for Ren's behalf. And I think one of the biggest things you need to note that is, I think with the current state of Karen, one, you're playing her online. One of the biggest things is that she is a hit confirm monster, right? It's very difficult to get consistently online just because that's just the nature of the beast. Number 2, her mediums are not something that can be thrown around as often anymore. They are pretty much whiff punishable in this season of the game because they just linger a lot longer, right? So it's something that I want to see if Ren is going to be about. Is he going to be able to get these confirms off of these whiff punishes consistently with Ken? Because Ken could almost do the same thing, right? That low medium kick into fierce DP is so nice to look at because, again, it's just one of those things you have to get consistently with Ken, just being able to out-poke and counter-poke, I should say, with this character.
And
it's going to be Ibuki, which is even better. I also like this matchup way better, by the way, in Ibuki's favor.
Yeah, Ibuki is definitely takes you to the mixerization station. We've been seeing a lot more Ibuki come up again. I know that it was shelved for a while. It was lower on the Japanese tier list, and nobody was playing the character anymore, but I'm loving that there is a resurgence in this character, and hopefully Ren, maybe this is the pick that takes down Javi M. You know, 7 in a row. We heard it before, you know, while Gaki-kun was in the region. Sometimes it only takes 1 game to figure it out. In Ren, sometimes it only takes 1 set. And this is the time to decide. The opening stage on the wonderful Champions Ring right here. Absolutely love that for the Street Fighter Duel stage. Beautiful.
This is the perfect time to get this W against the current reigning champ, technically, here in the Ring of Destiny for the Street Fighter Duel stage. Right in the mid-screen. Yes, sir. Getting the connection off of the Fierce. Back throw. This is going to be great for Ren. Okay. Man, Javi actually dashed up on Wake Up.
That's a wonderful Wake Up option. And again, the dash under V-Ship.
This is so good for Ren, by the way. We'll take it. 34 tech. A little awkward on the anti-air situation. Man, Ren has so many opportunities to punish for the game. Out of there. We'll take it.
Yeah, and a lot of key drops there. It's definitely had the game in his hand, but you have to look out for the critical art right there because any hit confirm, you're looking for that low forward. Oh, there it was with the trade.
Also low on kunai. Ren is looking to play this out with normals only. Please do not get whiff punish because she will do a lot of damage. Don't even go for the overhead. If that gets blocked, you're dead. Nice and easy. Gets it. Ren walking right up. Counter hit, crouching jab. What a way to start game 1.
Yeah, and I like that. The startup is going to be a little bit faster than the low-medium kick, and, you know, Javi M was looking for that one touch, but Ren getting that first round on the board. Like we said, all it takes is 1 and get off of me. We're not letting you apply any more pressure. Love that.
And that was such a deep EX kunai, by the way. That hit towards the tail end of, like, the blast. You were like +1,000,000. Watch out now. I like the patience.
Yeah.
Oh, up until that point, Javi M actually decided to dash up into the Fierce. Ren now on a defensive streak. Here comes the activation, trying to slow down the momentum. Oh, that's huge. That is absolutely pivotal. Oh!
Quick little reset. The kunai goes a little bit too far, and again, still has a little bit of V-trigger left in the tank. Has critical art as well. Can spend on the next hit to get this kill. You have to hold out on all pressure and a jump out of the corner. You cannot let Ren escape like that.
No, here. Back throw. Oh, you're actually dead. You gotta finish it.
Yup.
You gotta finish it.
That was so good. And, you know, finishing the first game, like we said, sometimes it only takes one game, a couple of rounds, and Ibuki can get the job done. Just wonderful stumps against Javi M. And not what we would expect out of the first game. 2-0, not even a round to the side.
Yeah. A couple of mishaps there. One of the biggest things I noticed is that Javi M hasn't been able to chase down like the jump out option as consistently. To be fair, though, I mean, Ibuki has, you know, the pretty much the kite to get out of harm's way. But one of the other mishaps I saw was like low forward going into the Rekkas.
It missed.
It was too far.
Exactly.
Yeah, it was just that was super unfortunate. Him not being able to recognize that the first 2 hits were blocked and not giving himself time to retreat to safety was a pretty bad deal.
Yeah, canceling in the sweep, and you know, not a bad deal right there. We just talked about the kite to escape the corner and immediately checking it in the air. So Javi M ready for that answer, but again, mix up, same side throw. Love that. And the shimmy once again, stun on next touch. You cannot afford to take the hit here. Big counter hit, but no confirm, and now sweep activate. It's my time to party.
Not too bad of a deal for Javi, right? Getting out of stun territory as well as the corner pressure. But man, a couple of mishaps too. Ren readjusting mid-screen, checking with the Fierce. Checking the movement immediately afterwards. Javi M is looking for some damage. Does get over the dash. No, you cannot finish that. Standing short to send medium punch is already tough enough getting into the counter hit link.
Yeah, and now Ren in that danger zone has to look out for any normal because any whip punish should lead. No, what is that whip right there? You had the game. I'm not sure what's happening on the side of Javi M. I've never seen this many drops. Oh, but yeah, it's dropping to the ground. There we go. Finally. Keep it simple. Just give him a little kiss.
Woo-wee. That had me nervous. Not gonna lie, there were so many instances where Ren could have taken it right back. That's a punish incoming. We'll take it. Way to duck under the follow-up afterwards. Yeah, forward throw. What happens afterwards again? Javi M in stun territory. Ren dropped the follow-up.
Once again, oh, big crush. Not able to get a follow-up, though. And now, again, pressure coming out from the side of Ren. You have to convert on this as much as possible. Spend a huge amount of, only 1 bar, actually, to get that corner position. That's what matters the most here. Wow!
What?
That was sick. He's smarter than this.
EX Mujin? Yeah. I mean, that is a very common route to go into to V-trigger, so it makes sense. That's fine. That's fine.
You know what? I love that. I love that because you knew you had enough damage. Doesn't matter if the drops happened before to just spend 2 bars. That's really reminiscent before. One of my training partners, it's a funny story, played Cody, Street Fighter 4. You know how they would finish the round if they knew they had the damage combo? Pick up knife, FADC, pick up knife, FADC. It drops the knife twice and then kill. So that's mental damage. That is mental damage.
Is it though? I feel like they just get some, you know,
just a little bit,
a little excited. Yeah, you know,
feeling yourself. You know, I can execute this. Just double dash.
These guys participate in a tournament called Get Washed.
That's
true. Like, these guys know all about like the mental damage. I think they're pretty much accustomed to it by now.
Yeah, the fortitude is definitely necessary at this stage of the game, and hopefully Ren is not shaken by that extra spend right there.
Doesn't look like it so far.
Ooh.
Standing with the rider. Okay, you do get an Oki situation after that. Yeah, very common route. Still checks the movement. No, actually, I can't recall what that could have been. Like, Ren just got hit raw. Maybe jump out, possibly? Yeah. It had to be a jump out, right?
Yeah, catching the jump frames. We did not see counter, so trying to escape and getting punished for that. Looking for the check on the dash, but nothing coming out so far. One more check. Oh, no, that is the worst possible situation because now 2 more sequences will lead to stun. You have to hold all of this. Just take the throw, but you can't take too many more.
We'll take that.
Yep.
We'll absolutely take that Vio Versal out of there. He might be able to build another one, unless he dies first. No! But what if he uppercut? And again, look at, you have to look for the chip situation there. Ren got caught out. Any touch into a hit confirm, and it was dead off of the critical art, but Ren getting a little bit antsy in the corner. Oh, what a whiff. Anti-air just wasn't ready from the side of Ren. Already off to a really unfortunate start being put into the corner.
Oh, same side. And is the stun here? No, not just yet. Yep.
Oh, that was actually a very tricky one. This is more than dead, yeah. EX. The Orochi wasn't even done with the combo. Could have gone into Roundhouse Mujin. Either way, Javi M in a very, very confident place, taking the first set of the day. Like, I gotta be real honest, man. There was a little bit of flubs on both sides.
Oh, yeah.
So there had to be a couple of things, a couple of factors, but I want to say it's nerves, but probably not, because they seemed pretty confident as the rounds went on for both players. But it's not going to be the last round as we take a look at the replays and how it went down. Javi M doing a fantastic job of keeping his composure.
Yeah, and I really love this patience from the side of Ren in this first game, making Javi M be on the approach, forcing those situations. But Javi M, a player of such a high caliber, able to close it out and play that patient game as well. And even in this round, like, had to make such a comeback and was just able to achieve that. And again, the EX right there was the really tempo-changing decision and just could not escape the corner, which is what we saw in the first game, which had Ren successful. So being stuck in the corner for the rest of the games is what really put Javi M in control. Ren could no longer escape, no longer jump out. Everything got checked. Didn't matter if it was the kite. It did not matter if it was a normal jump out. Got punished consistently, and Javi M's consistency is what got him to tomorrow now.
Man, one of the biggest things that we saw Ren fall to was the lack of anti-airs. Right?
Yep.
There were a couple of instances, 3 instances, where he actually fell just because he wasn't able to either back medium punch, get an uppercut, etc. That was a pretty rough spot to be in if you're a Ren. Hopefully he gets to recuperate by the time he's up again. Man, losing the first game of the day and then having to play like nearly the last few games of the day is always a tough spot to be in. But it is how it is. It's what it was. Psycho 9 going up against Apollo. This is a big one. Abigail, Cody, and Blanca from the side of Psycho 9, and Apollo with Guile and Cody. So we do have a kind of like an overlap with Cody, if possible. But we do see it on the character portrait for Psycho 9. Apollo rocking the Guile. This is what we could expect. Apollo actually placing 5th in the most recent World Warrior event. But we'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, and I really like this decision from Psycho 9, too, if we do decide to move forward with the Cody. You know, ice cold, going for the Cody, does not want to opt to the Abigail because, you know, big fella doesn't deal with Guile well. And we're going to see how Psycho 9 fares in this match. What does he have to say, Vicious?
It's killers. All the expected names are here, himself included. I mean, he can't really count himself out. He's made it all the way up to the winner's side. He himself is one of the killers of South Africa. So we'll see. I mean, going back to what you were talking about earlier, him going for the Cody pick, I do like it.
Yeah.
I do like having V-Skill 2 prepared for this particular matchup. There's a lot more recovery on the Sonic Booms itself. I think Abigail might have something to say with it as well, being able to nullify the booms, walk forward, even like parry if he wants to. Even Abigail flipped to catch a Sonic Boom, but I can see a lot more consistency with Cody and not being susceptible to something that comes airborne, right? There's a lot of things that we saw from last weekend's CPT where you're able to kind of reduce your jump arc by nearly half by throwing a normal out very early because it catches some of the taller characters early, right? So I want to see how this plays out. Cody versus Guile. I love seeing the re-emergence of Cody in a very strong fashion, right? So I'm very excited to see this particular matchup.
Yeah, I love the Cody. Obviously, Momochi winning their own CPT with the Cody in their pocket. And then you have the likes of Shine on the East Coast really showing up strong with Cody.
And even John Takeuchi taking down the first World Warrior event for Japan. That was phenomenal, by the way. He went undefeated.
That's so good. Like, that is a statement, especially with the power of Cody, because once you optimize this character, you can just get so much.
Dude, lows into 30%? Sign me up, brother.
Yes,
Sign me up, please.
And
it's the Blanca. Okay. Well, you know, you wore the shirt for a reason, I see.
That's right here. No Chun-Li, but all Blanca. Blanca-chan on the screen. And I love how we talked about the Abigail and the Cody, and Psycho 9 said, you aren't ready for my next move. He's already on the next page the next day, and I would love to see this. I don't get to see a lot of Blanca at all, and versus the Guile, it's going to be very interesting. Oh, no.
I want to see how we utilize the Shout of Earth, V-Skill number 2.
Yeah.
To get past this right here, the Minefield of Booms. Nope, not today.
Not allowed. Oh, whip throw right there. And again, plus frames after the throw, not able to get the stun just yet, but the overhead, the tried and true.
You had to see it coming, especially after low medium kick. Oh, you better finish your plate. Look at the deliberate normals, delayed, light after light. That's actually pretty slick.
Yeah, waiting just a little bit longer, but V-Trigger can definitely make this happen. And the air-to-air on the EX
How often do you see that normal as an air-to-air? Like, how often do you even see Guile do an air-to-air, right? It's usually flash kick.
Yeah, it's usually flash kick or the air throw that comes out, never the jump medium kick.
What was the quote that Apollo had? Like, you may jump once.
Only once.
Only once. You may jump only once.
And there it was.
I think Psycho's already reached his limit in terms of how many jumps he's allowed to have. Apollo, again, giving him the Spider-Man treatment. You only get one. Plus frames afterwards.
Yeah, walk down again, slide into the activate. Huge in the cross. Yeah, you know what? Doesn't even need a crosscut. It's a charge input.
God.
That was rough.
This guy, Apollo, is so sick. He's actually so sick. Yo, you stopped the EX command grab with the low medium kick. I haven't seen it stopped like that ever.
That's so smart.
Pretty cool.
That's so smart. Saw the EX flash and is like, bet, I know the answer. Who knows the answer in that situation? Obviously, it was Apollo sitting on cloud 9 right now, right? The moon mission is almost complete. Blanca's not allowed to the skies, and he's not allowed to touch a base down to earth either. Very convincing first game.
Houston, we have a problem. He knows Blanca.
He knows Blanca.
I repeat, he knows Blanca. No, that was, I gotta say, that looked pretty free for him.
It was.
That was just immediate control after that first casual handshake, right?
Yep.
They took their 6 paces away from each other, but only one had the loaded cannon in comparison to the squirt gun.
It's like Indiana Jones when he's like doing all the tricks with the swords and everything, and Indy just pulls out the gun.
That's what it felt like.
That's what it felt like. And the gun was the sonic boom. Every jump in was countered with the anti-air, which is what we don't typically expect from Guile.
The very last one with an air to air. Very surprising. Yeah.
So very good from the side of Apollo. And you know, I would expect a switch from Psycho 9 having 3 characters 100%. On deck. Like, you gotta switch it up because Blanca, you know, the pocket pick, I don't know. Maybe having 3 mains here wasn't the right option. Go to the Cody, go to the Abigail, maybe a little bit more comfortable at dealing with this Guile, but obviously the Blanca pick was there for a reason, and Abigail right on the screen. There we go. And again, V-Skill 2, V-Trigger 2 is what we're going to be looking at here.
It's the tires. Okay. So I did talk a little bit about the V-Skill 1 being able to parry.
Yep.
Pretty important. But I think the tires, the objective is to clash projectile with projectile, possibly?
Yeah. Got to get that tire set up immediately. What a
start.
The
opening gambit with a sweep.
That is a confident start right there, if I've ever seen one myself.
I'll take it.
There it is. Tire comes out, and not able to deal with the booms, just whiffs the whole way. Very rough stuff. Ooh, no.
That's a lot of recovery on the big fella.
And again, it's looking as much as it was in the past. Very similar gameplay loop in my
Damn!
That is rough. Oh, man.
He tried to V-shift but still got caught in the V-skill. That was unfortunate.
Not like this. And Psycho 9 not even have to spend any meter there. I mean, Apollo not having to spend any meter there. Psycho not getting an opportunity to spend just about anything. The tire whiffs for the first time, and, you know.
There's so much aggression coming from Psycho 9.
Yep.
Opening gambit for round 2. A dash.
Oh, again. No command grabs allowed. Apollo, you know, says I can only jump once, but jumping these command grabs incredibly consistently.
This is not looking great for Psycho 9. There's just too much of the booms occupying the space. He hasn't realized that that's been the biggest deterrence he has in this matchup.
Nope.
Yeah, you cannot. You are not allowed to. If you haven't gone past phase 1, there's no chance Apollo is going to let you even play.
Yeah.
Like, you have to focus around this strategy. This is the strategy that Guile's had since day 1.
Yeah.
And if you haven't figured that out, then Apollo's going to make you learn the hardest lesson by throwing you into the loser's bracket early.
Yeah, and that was really rough because, yeah, like we said, Apollo just staying to the tried and true Guile strategy. If you do not commit to the walk and block and show them that you're comfortable gluing your feet to the floor every single time at that perfect spacing situation, because that's where Apollo really shined. Every anti-air was on deck because the booms were thrown precisely, and Psycho 9 had to make a decision. Do I hold this with my big body, try to walk and block, or do I jump in? And Apollo had the flash kick ready and raring to go, and, you know, it's going to be raring to go tomorrow against Javi M. That's your reward. For a swift 2-0, you get Javi M for tomorrow, top 8 first round.
Hey, not too bad, right? You got to play your game for the day. It's like, you know, I think I'm just going to relax for the rest of the evening. But it's no time to relax for the next match between Billy Date and Naruto RSA. This is one that's been on everybody's mind, is how have the 2 players from the finale shaped up until this point, right? It's going to be the Ed that's been pretty much the breadwinner to get him into the big dance from last season versus Naruto's Big Sagat. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I love to see even more Sagat play because we don't get to see it as much anymore. We obviously had Bonchan on the Sagat for the longest time, but not seeing it represented as much. So Naruto RSA, I feel like is going to have a lot of great ways to deal with Billy D. It's going to be similar to the Guile play style that we just saw, where it's really good spacing with the tiger shot, and waiting for the tiger uppercut as well. But Ed has once the V trigger is active, Sagat's got to guess.
I want to see what happens with V-Skill 2, actually. I want to know if there's going to be enough. I actually don't remember what the interaction is between V-Skill 2 and the low tiger shot, but hopefully that has to be answered in this matchup specifically. I think one of the biggest things we talk about from the previous match was phase 1, was how do you get past the neutral with a character that has great zoning tools.
Yep. And we didn't get to see that last time, but hopefully we get to see that in this game because you need to have that at this point in the bracket. You need to have that consistency because Layer 1 is always going to be a staple in everybody's pockets on these characters, and you have to force them into that uncomfortability where they don't feel comfortable throwing their fireballs, or else they're just going to run over you. So is it going to be the Sagat's day, or can Billy Date, consistently show us once again why they're here with the Ed and why they challenge for the position of #1 against Javi M?
One of the biggest things we also have to mention is that Billy has a main with Necalli.
Oh, yeah.
Right? He does have pocket Zeku and Minot. I think we've seen glimpses of that from CPT runs, even in the finale, but I think Necalli might not be a bad choice at all, actually. In terms of Sagat versus Necalli, we did see that last week as well. I think Necalli has a great time with his V-Skill 1 to contest against the Tiger shots. It is faster this time around. So we'll see if that even comes to fruition. It's going to be the Minot.
All right. I really like this too because you know what? Challenge zoning with zoning. Minot has always been a fantastic pick. We see Sako just do wonders on this character. So seeing even more Minot, this is what is so good about having a wealth of characters. You get to approach any matchup the way you want with a different play style. So this is going to be exciting to see. I haven't gotten to see a lot of Billy Date's Minot, and this is
If he does one thing in the matchup, then he's ready for it. I want to know if he's got it. Okay, well, that's a fantastic start.
Yeah, that was fantastic. The orb placement was so good and already nullifying all of the Tiger
this was
shots.
better than the Goichi strategy of using the V-Skill against the Tiger shot to reset the timing. Oh, no!
This is the worst position for the side of Billy Date, losing the orb early, but getting the callback right there.
That was so smart from Naruto.
Yep.
Oh, it's a balance. It's the law of equivalent exchange. You do one smart thing and you do one risky thing.
You have to keep the balance because it always keeps your opponent on the toes. I am loving this usage right now. This is amazing.
Yeah, V-Trigger 2 is so underutilized. But I get it. I mean, there's so much potential for V-Trigger 1.
Oh. Yeah, all the potential in the world for the V-Trigger 1, but if you're not ready for the V-Trigger 2, can be utilized to great extent. And again, catching the
so
jump,
tricky.
That was so good.
That was actually mad tricky. Billy Date, you are a sneaky, sneaky fella. I gotta say, that was pretty good.
Yeah, and the thing about that, why it was so good, is every single time went for the orb on the ground and finally called out the anti-air because Naruto got privy to jumping. Love it.
What's crazy is Billy doesn't even have to rely on any sort of reflex to reset the timing and use the projectile against Naruto. I think that's one of the big highlights that Daigo had when it came to Goichi playing against I think it was Bonchan. He's like, Goichi wins this match if he knows the one strategy to contest the Tiger shot. And he's like, oh, he's got it. It's fine. It's in the bag.
Yeah, once you have that ability to contest, it gets a lot easier to navigate this. What a pickup, but again, not able to get the full confirm. Still, Billy Date willing to play this out patient, and this is two zoners on a date in neutral. Oh, no.
Again, getting the big opening off of the jump roundhouse based off of the release. But Billy Date, well, being able to get himself out of the corner. Trigger 2 is a problem. He actually ran into it. That was a frame trap with the trigger.
Yeah, and the thing that's so hard here is you throw any more Tiger shots and you would have got caught by the V-Trigger, but spends it all right now. That gray health is so important because any activate on the bomb from the orb is so good, but yeah, Tiger shot into activate right here. Now you have to deal with all this pressure. You can do so much damage, but it does not matter when you've got a pixel and no dreams left. Billy Date getting the first game against Naruto RSA, believe it.
This is so tricky. Actually, this is what I like to see from Billy, sharpening himself up for this particular event. This is just the preface of what's to come with this Minot. I'm very excited to see it. I did see Naruto trying to press with the frame traps a couple of times too, but it's so difficult after you've pushed a certain distance away. It's like now you have to walk. Now you have to use a standing medium kick to kind of fish for something, but it's not going to lead to a lot unless you have V-trigger.
Yep.
Right? It's just like back to this space where you could only poke, right? If you get counter-poked, you're pretty much dead, which is exactly what happened in that round, right? So it was kind of tough. I don't think there was going to be any chance for Billy Date to actually get opened up with a frame trap. He was just going to sit and block for a while.
Yep.
So I wanted to know what Naruto had in store outside of just trying to get those frame traps going. Maybe like a throw. Maybe start implementing throw for the next set. Next part of the set, I should say.
Yeah, maybe even I would say I want to see in that pressure where walking forward, maybe going for a neutral jump with the the roundhouse to catch, because we saw that check on the jab. Might have been able to get a punish there, but has to change it up because, like you said, that V-trigger win condition at those spaces where Menat feels comfortable challenging, it was just lights out for Naruto at that point. Billy Date was already playing so patient in the neutral and is going to play patient in that close-up range. So you got to instill the throw. You have to instill this other pressure because Layer 1 did not work out for you in that first game. We have to ascend now.
I wonder if there's going to be enough time for Naruto to pick up the pieces in this particular matchup. It's tough. I'm not going to lie. I mean, we've seen what Menat can do in the hands of Billy.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
That's not on the sheet.
That's not. You know what? You can't just take our notes and throw them in the trash. I knew, like, when we had that little bit of a lull between the match, I was like, what character is going to be picked right here? Because maybe it's just taking time, but you always have to have that in the back of the head. Oh, my God. That was so cool.
Yeah, that was practice. That was rehearsed, practice, and executed from Billy Date. That specific situation.
Dalsum Jr. with the dive right there.
That's true, yeah. Ooh.
Oh, yep, and again, now we're seeing the reflex. We didn't see that before against the Sagat because the fireballs are a little bit faster, but against Akuma...
We did like a handful of times, like 2 or 3 times, but it wasn't like the defining factor, right? So Billy Date being able to throw those out still in those heated moments, being able to see and react to the red fireball.
Yep.
Very clutch.
Absolutely love that, but the clutch factor comes in from Akuma
here.
That
was so tricky.
You can't drop that, no. Oh my God,
that's even bigger.
Yeah, that is huge.
A hard knockdown with damage.
And and you know what? Better than a neutral jump, the forward fierce to get the crab crush right there. I love that from Naruto. And you know what? The Akuma's already playing out better.
Getting around on the board, absolutely. Full critical art as well. That's so dangerous. Watch out for the recall.
And you know what? I really like this from Naruto because every single jump fireball changing in the jump timing has made Billy Date's anti-airs a lot more inconsistent and now afraid to challenge with the anti-airs. Looking excellent here.
Yes, I love the corner carry. Using that meter for the EX Demon Flip is so smart.
Yep, screen position is huge. Once Akuma gets you in the corner, it is a rough situation. Billy Date wants to continue to control that space. And again, controlling the jump arcs once again with a fireball, keeping himself safe on these jump-ins.
Oh, the interruption! Actually, unfortunate for Naruto. Getting that meter stuffed out. But better for Billy. I like that trade more so for Naruto than for Billy, but
yeah.
Now.
I mean, even in that trade, too, it gives you a little bit of extra damage to get that V-trigger, and this is where the party starts right here. Just take the throw over and over again. But now challenging out, you're still stuck! Oh, my goodness! And Naruto, the Akuma pick in the pocket was definitely what the doctor ordered, because right now, we are looking in charge, and now the ball is in Billy Date's court. Do you switch off the Menat? Because Naruto is now stuck on this Akuma. Do you feel comfortable on the Nakali, the Ed, the Zeku, or maybe something that's not even on the sheet against this Akuma? Because someone who's as explosive as Ed or Nakali can just eat Akuma alive.
I agree. I think either of those two characters that have been extremely polished over the course of the year, I think is going to be more than enough to take on the Akuma. But I think there was like a matchup knowledge check or like a character check, just because Billy pressed the button after V-trigger fireball, and that's a big no-no. That's been a no-no since like forever. Like any sort of enhanced fireball that Akuma throws at you, you're not allowed to press a button.
That's against the rules. So
it is. Yeah, that is against the rules of Street Fighter.
Didn't follow the #1 rule. You didn't read the tape.
What? There's no chance anybody's gonna let a normal fly out after like a fireball like that, right?
No. So taking that risk. I mean, unless it's an uppercut, right? But Menat doesn't have that opportunity to
escape. You did see an EX,
way.
yeah. There was some sort of EX. I can't even imagine what it was or what it could have been from Billy, but that was still not going to be enough. Considering the time that's been taken, I'd imagine there is going to be a character select for Billy Date. It's just a matter of whether or not it's going to be Nakali or the Ed. Personally, I like either choice. Again, you mentioned it earlier, being able to utilize their toolkit to get past the Shotos
Oh, and the Zeku. We're just wrong across the board every
That's
time.
fine.
I like that too. Deals with the fireballs really well with the old Zeku. Can rush down with the young Zeku as well. So we were talking about explosive damage, and Zeku definitely has that on deck. You know, a little bit harder to execute, but already starting off confident and getting that screen position early.
Yes, I love the backup there from Billy Date. As soon as his turn was over, he was looking and anticipating for the jump out option.
Oh my goodness, challenge right there on the EX. Not the best situation, and again, changing up the jump arcs once again. Back to young Zeku.
That's kind of a problem now.
Yep.
Doesn't have an escape option, but you know, V-trigger 2, that's pretty good, man. That's actually pretty good for an anti-air.
Yeah, and now stealing the corner off of that too, and stealing that round away quickly. What looked so good for Naruto, getting that screen position, getting the corner, lights out in a moment because the 2-bar V-trigger activated incredibly fast, and Billy Date now on set point. What a whip punish.
He's catching medium punch, no buttons to be had from Naruto, getting himself out of the corner, or at least preventing it from happening. But Billy doesn't give a damn. Looking for the stun right now.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no. And more than a stun. Big punish right there off the crush counter, and that should be a wrap here. Do you have the damage on deck? It was a low-scaled starter, and it is more than enough. The last hit, so good. And like I said, the explosive damage was the decider right there.
Jeez.
Sometimes you got to make smart decisions. Sometimes you make the risky decision, and the risky decision now sends Naruto down to the loser side. Billy Date is going to be playing tomorrow, gets to chill out on the Minot, the Zeku, the Ed, or the Nikali, but we're not going to see any of those anymore today from Billy Date. But what a first 3 matches, and we got a little quick replay right here as well to show us the character diversity that we had just in this set.
We're pretty much going around the world in terms of the cast that's been presented.
Oh, yeah.
Right, Billy Date pretty much flexercising the characters under his belt. The wheelhouse of options also coming in from Naruto, from Sagat to Akuma. There was a lot of mishaps from the side of Billy Date. Wasn't able to keep up with the pace that Naruto was playing at, right? There was just been so much information dumped from how we had to play against Sagat, a very steady pace.
Yep.
In the switch up, going into pretty much 5th to 6th gear against the Akuma.
Yeah, the volatile pace that Akuma provides, and you know, Billy Date had the edge in that slow-paced game, the steady and slow. But as soon as Akuma was on the screen, it was all she wrote for the Sagat. But Zeku had all the answers right there. Got this wonderful combo at the end. Didn't have the meter, but actually did have the meter at the end and finished it off with that last touch. So wonderful stuff to Billy Date. Going to be moving on to play tomorrow, and ultimately we'll be playing the winner of Goba and your favorite player name in the entire bracket, Vin Petroleum.
Hands down.
Hands down. Easy.
Easily. I think I've said that last Capcom Pro Tour as well, and I'm going to stick with it. Vin Petroleum versus Goba. Very excited to see it. But our 2 predictions, as well as the predictions of the 2 guys from No Neutral. Billy Date, Javi M making it into the top 8. The big dance tomorrow. Apollo having to face off against Javi M. We're still awaiting our winner from our final quarterfinals.
Yeah, final quarterfinals is going to be coming up, but we do have another thing coming up as well. I think I think you've heard of it before, and we've seen it from previous CPTs as well. And it's a little thing. We saw it on the stage in the first game. It's called Street Fighter Duel. So the Capcom authorized mobile game Street Fighter Duel is now available for download in China, with a global version coming out soon. You get to fight alongside Ryu, Chun-Li, Ken against the Suzaku Castle, further into the Shadowloo City, and explore the mysterious organization and experience all the classic stories with all your favorite characters, and you know, relive your memories from the original Street Fighter. Your street legend is now back on track. There's multiple fighting styles, counter, stun, combo, and super, and you know, even more fighting elements and combos to expand your combat skill and ability. The epic legend is reborn on mobile. If you can and you have the version available, download Street Fighter Duel now. And we gotta fight for each other with millions of players to become the best fighter, because man, these fighters look immaculate in this game, and I can't wait to get my hands on it. Future Jake Ryan is already, you know, in the thick of it, but current Jake Ryan, he's got to wait a little bit longer.
And we've had so much Street Fighter V action thus far, and it doesn't even stop only at the Capcom Pro Tour, right? We also have the World Warrior regional events with 26 different regions, which we're going to include 26 regional champions as well. These events happen monthly, so head on over to CapcomProTour.com for more information on how to register. If you are part of the South Africa region, specifically, you want to get Washed. That is the event that has been going on for that region as well. Brought to you by Goliath Gaming and all the organizers involved with that project. You guys are doing a fantastic job. We got to see players from all over, right? We saw them in the top 16. We had players like Javi who took down first, right? We had Billy Date who just took down second. Third and fourth, well, there's plenty of more of that. Actually, third didn't make it into the CPT, but fourth, Erafon Pierce, again, fighting his way out into the loser side. All of the players that have participated from Get Washed are making it into the top 16, so they're duking it out again. But as you can see, another shot at the big dance, the Capcom Cup, is there for the World Warrior events.
And the shot for today, you know, just like Goliath Gaming, we say GG's to our first 3 matches that we had today, but we have even more matches coming up later. So we're going to need you all to stay tuned, get yourself another Red Bull, get yourself some water, because we're going to need to get hydrated and aware for these next matches. It's going to get even more tense and even more high level as we finish out winners and go to the loser side. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
Time to fight, time to fight. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand have turned to feast. So fight, time to fight. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are street fighters.
When you go looking for strength, it's not like a game. This journey doesn't have a real ending. Okay then, hope you're ready to begin. If you want to start off on the right foot in this city, hit the streets.
Yeah, hey, there I do this. Never fear losing. And when I get up in the game, y'all be improved. A real problem, but I solve them all facts proof. And if you think I'm going forward, then you talking fool. Yeah, y'all wanna win, let me spin, boy. All dunks aside, I'm super fly like I'm hanging off the rim, boy. I've been winning for my kinfolk, and I put on for my city from the intro. Fight! It started from the ground up, training getting wound up, channeling the inner self and moving up and down, crossing over, passing down, I'm on the time to count and keep score. Years I never thought it crossed before. When I get tired on my knees, I got it digging it deep. I feel like I'm on the road, it really has got me. Since I went to win, no good vibes, if you just let it get. I'm out in the skinny, riding around in the dreaming. Once I get the feeling,
The top player is here.
Let me have some fun.
Ready? Then show me.
This will be a good fight.
if you wanna come and stand up to me, pull up on me now. If you want to challenge, tell me what you want. Call me now. I'm on the road to the top and I'm not looking back. I'm on the road to the top and I'm not looking back.
This is our destiny.
My secret art, Shin Shoryuken! Street Fighter VI.
If I go too far, please forgive me.
My name is Seth. Bow down for my cycle. It's time for trial. Show me everything. Download.
Our first 3 candidates have been selected for the top 8 here at the Capcom Pro Tour for South Africa. We have so much more to determine who will make it into tomorrow's dance. Again, it's Vicious here with Jake Ryan. I want to see who's got what it takes to take down the 2 big guys. I said it out in the tweet earlier. Again, Javi M and Billy Date have already made their mark into the top 8, along with Apollo, by the way. We're still trying to see who makes it from the winner's side between Goba and Vin Petroleum.
Vin Petroleum, obviously a player out for your heart with the #1 name in the bracket. And the #1s in the bracket so far, like we said, Javi M and Billy Date, not going to be playing today, so no one gets to strike at the armor just yet. But, you know, there is an opportunity tomorrow. And Apollo is waiting on the other side of Javi M. And will it be Goba or Vin Petroleum to take up the mantle against the other giant in the bracket?
And I know before the break we were talking about the World Warrior events. I wanted to make a big correction as well for those that are watching and running Get Washed. Again, there's random select events that have been putting in a lot of the work as well in collaboration with everybody involved in South Africa. So again, big, exciting things are happening with the tournaments to come throughout the next couple of months for the World Warrior events. But as it stands right now, Goba does have 2 characters on his plate, Honda and Minot versus Vin Petroleum's Rashid and Bison. I gotta say, Vin Petroleum goes a mile a minute. I have seen these 2 play before from the last CPT they were involved in, and I gotta say, it's gonna be pretty exciting again. I use that word a lot thus far. I think it's the caffeine kicking in. No, it's actually the top 16. Minot versus Rashid, potentially what we could expect.
Yeah, and I mean, when you're talking about speed on Rashid, I think some of the fastest Rashid play that we got to see recently was actually at EVO, obviously. The air footsies that we got to see. Hopefully we get to see even more of that with the V-skill choice. But, you know, to each their own. Rashid definitely has a lot of tricks in the bag. And, you know, Minot can... as long as you keep Rashid out, you're going to feel pretty comfortable. But as soon as he gets in, the Cyclone is going to keep on spinning.
I think that's going to be the biggest thing to really think about in terms of what's to come in this matchup, right? Minot versus Rashid. Rashid is somebody who pushes you to the corner pretty much in the blink of an instant, actually. I think Minot does a fantastic job of keeping that neutral space alive. Yeah. She has amazing normals. She does have ways with her projectiles to kind of keep you at bay once you get started. But it really comes down to who's going to be able to strike first. It's going to be if Vin Petroleum can get his hit in first to push to the corner, or is it going to be Goba that's going to be pretty much setting the pace the entire game?
Yep, it's the unstoppable force versus the
immovable
object right there. And yeah, like you said, I believe the opening gambit is going to be the most important part because green real estate is the name of the game here. If we can see Goba with that control, it's going to be amazing. And yep, we're actually going to be seeing the Bison versus the Minot.
We got the alpha costume Bison too. That's what I'm talking about.
Loving it right here.
The big giant cape with the big metal shoulder pads.
He needs them, man. All right.
Round 1.
All right. Going into this match right here, it's a little bit different because now it's more so about that same control that we've seen before. We got to see a very similar playstyle with Minot versus Sagat, but this is a different, like a different flavor of the same match, same type of matchup, I would say.
Yeah, there's a lot of space that gets to be pretty much eaten up by Bison's normals as well, and if it's not from normals, it could be from the scissor kicks, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's one of them. Very special one, Psycho Axe.
That money normal right there, and again, plus frames off the ES. Oh, again, keeps going for the scissor kicks at that great placement. And again, screen real estate is what we talked about before. This still matters for Bison as well, because once you're in the corner, the frame trap city population U is not a fun place to be.
could see Goba having to go for that trigger for one sole purpose, right? To get the mix going. Number 2, get himself out of the corner and regain all of that real estate. EX scissor kicks has a lot to say about that instead.
Yeah, quickly losing that screen position once again, and a little bit of V-trigger left, but no, spent it right there.
This is kind of important. Goba is starting to see a flaw in Vin Petroleum's defense, right? Not being able to anti-air consistently, but Minot is not really known to be as airborne.
Yeah, not a typical character to jump in right here. What a V-ship. And again, one more touch will do it. You cannot move forward. I love that standing medium kick. Try me.
And that's a good answer, too. Sweep into the recall. Granted, if it was blocked, it would have been a dangerous situation.
10 seconds. You have to look at this. Now Goba's the one who has to go on the offensive. Any hit confirm into the critical art or finish it, and Vin Petroleum is just buffering right now. What exactly? And it doesn't matter. The buffer's not needed. Standing Fierce gets the job done. Goba, not enough time on the plate. You had to try to engage right there, and Goba played it a little too slow.
Yeah. Before the curtain calls, we're still seeing these two kind of switch up. Man, he hit him so hard. He went from India to Metro City.
That was insane.
Man,
that was.
I wished my flight for that quick.
That was, yeah, that is an express jet right there.
That's pretty cool.
I love that, dude. Abigail showed up too. He was on the plane as well. Yeah. I don't know what size that aircraft was, but it was definitely big enough.
How cool would it be to actually have that in real time? Like where characters would be able to switch stages off in between rounds?
That'd be so sick. Like a stage transition after the round, and instead of just going through a wall, you end up in a different stage entirely.
Yeah.
You just have to remove Vegas stage from there because then it's cheap.
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
Not allowed in the rotation.
Speaking of rotation, pretty much on the other side of the fence, Goba is the one taking full control against Vin Petroleum, not even in the driver's seat, putting him in the back seat in his pocket, actually.
I feel like I accidentally commentator cursed him because Vin Petroleum went for the raw sweep, and that's definitely a Vega move. But it did not have an activate to follow up. There wasn't enough V-trigger. So, stuck again in the corner. Goba using that screen position, trying to escape. Big counter hit. This time it's not the medium kicks, it's the scissors.
It's a lot of activity so far from Vin. Oh, that's the target combo version, right? The Shadow Axe does get punished, but it doesn't lead to much, right? Goba got the punish, but still is trapped in the corner. Trigger is going to be the big sigh of relief, getting himself out of the corner. But at what cost? Very expensive. Hey, we'll take it.
Yeah, a little bit more, and now, again, the screen position is the most important part here. Back to that neutral, losing a little bit of space. You can tell where we are on the screen, by the way, by that CPT symbol on the bottom. So we're right about where we started once again. And, neck and neck right here. Still a lot of time to work with. Goba not in that position where he's running out of time this time,
tricky.
But what a check.
A back throw like that. I think that's exactly what Goba had wanted, but get caught up in the startup of it. Here comes Vin Petroleum, checking for the movement. No, not at all. He's moving right back now. Not really charging for anything, looking for a reaction. I think he might want to use V trigger too. Yup. He wanted to use the Psycho Crusher.
Yeah, getting checked once again, and there it is. That's what we were looking for, but not enough damage to kill just yet. V-shift is excellent. 23 seconds left. A lot of meter to work with on the side of Goba as well. Vin Petroleum
having to pump the brakes a little bit. 14 seconds on the clock. Trying to see if he can get that kind of... Oh, no!
A little bit too loosey-goosey right there. What a grab from Goba. And that was neck and neck right there, running down the clock from both ends, using as much time as possible. And, it was one decision away, both sides. That's so rough that V-trigger didn't kill right there. I'm pretty sure he thought it was going to be the nail in the coffin, but not enough in the tank.
He wanted to flex that so badly. Too.
Yeah,
that was a moment where it's like, I have something specific for this matchup that you will not see coming. Yeah. That V-trigger 2 Psycho Crusher to counter the activation of the orb, the Soul Orb, was so slick.
Oh my God.
How many counter hits?
Yeah,
Jesus.
That is the frame trap master on the side of Vin Petroleum right there. And that's what's so rough against the Dictator right here. Oh, and again, the slide this time had the V-trigger to follow up, and this is so rough. You have to deal with the tick throw pressure right here. When is your opportunity to escape? Deal with the plus frames from the orb, and there it is. What a throw tech. V-trigger activate. Now you get to escape the corner once again, and this is the tail of the tape. We've seen this almost every single round. Gets forced to the corner, tries to escape with the V-trigger, and that is where Goba starts to play. Oh, no.
Oh, that's so good for Goba. Hey, not too bad, though.
Again, went for it again, and it... so close. One more decision. We saw this exact same situation happen the last round, blocking the acceptable reverse, but no! Anti-air whiffs.
I don't even think with Orb, it would have stopped Vin.
Yeah.
I don't think so. That angle was just way too tricky for Goba to try to contest with the traditional anti-air crouching heavy punch.
Yeah, now getting punished for the anti-airs. I know in the beginning of the set we said that Vin Petroleum's weakness was those anti-airs, but Goba getting caught a little overzealous for the anti-airs. First missing that one and then getting caught off guard because of the extended jump arc from Vin Petroleum. So now again, in that corner position, every single round we feel like we get here. Doesn't matter if it's left or right, we're staying there. Uh-oh.
Not able to continue. Goba's just pretty much been sticking it out in the corner. I think he's totally fine here, playing it out. Getting a lot of damage, either chip or using the activation of the Soul Orb.
Yeah, and I like that a lot. And not only the activation working out, but every single dash has been checked with that jab. So the momentum Goba's trying to get has been answered excellently, but the raw sweep connects. Didn't even have to activate. This is looking so good.
Ooh!
There it is again.
Watch out for the command grab. We haven't seen that option exercise. And Goba was aware of it. That could have been a big anti-air for Vin. But now he has to hold pretty much this mix.
No, but the drop right there, that was huge. That was definitely a kill call, but one more touch to do it. Not able to kill, but there it is. Finally, at the end, you brought it up exactly. Holding it in their pocket for that entire time. Not the regular throw, and Vin Petroleum gets it done. 1-1 on the board. Love to see this.
I was hoping to see an orb release after the initial throw tech from Goba, but he held on to it. I think he was just looking for one more mix-up. He had 2 orbs left, so he actually could have gotten a situation where he could have frame trapped, but still not too bad for Vin Petroleum. He'll take it. He'll take those moments and utilize that command grab, especially in a tense situation where it's like, you know, I can't get grabbed. I have to, like, kind of see where this is going, whether it's going to be a frame trap or a grab. I have to guess. But that third option of having the command grab, it's like you're cooked.
too many layers. I can't get frame trap. I can't get grabbed, but I can get scooped. And you know what? Goba's mistake was Vin Petroleum's reward, because had to kill on that hit with the V-trigger, but not able to get it done. And, you know, one of these players will get it done in this last game between these two. Who's moving on to top 8 winners tomorrow, and who's got to fight it out later in the day? And right now, Vin Petroleum is making a great case for tomorrow.
It's very important to confirm, right? After that counter hit, being able to get so much damage, and more importantly, the estate, right? Now being able to bully Goba.
Oh, man.
Stuck in this corner. Just relentless pressure. There's the opener again. Goba doing a great job finding himself out of the corner more often than not throughout this entire set. Only has 1 orb. No anti-air. Or excuse me, no continuation of the combo for the juggle.
Yeah, but now Goba playing it patient once again, willing to spend that time, but getting caught by the raw sweep again. You can just send that out because of the V-trigger. What a check. Not enough to kill. Good punish. And the critical art. I don't think it's going to be enough to kill.
I don't think so.
But it's going to be a one-touch situation now.
Yeah, off of the lights. You still got 1 touch left. I don't even think it's going to be a medium punch, but now it is, like with the chip damage.
Uh-oh. Ooh, that was almost checkmate.
Could have. There was a moment for Goba to actually get himself out of the corner, out of harm's way. I think there was a possibility to get a drill out of that.
Yeah,
like to do a drill instead of like committing to the jump on house.
Yeah, no, I think you're completely right, because in that situation, it's like once you get hit by that, you're already covered by the EX orb. If you challenge at the right time, you could have just killed Vin. But again, very hard in this tense situation, so I completely understand trying to go for the jump.
That's just hindsight speaking, really. But it's just one of those things that's like, was that checkmate for him? Either way, Vin in a very familiar position against Goba. But I guess the same could be said. We're waiting for that comeback scenario. Goba doesn't actually have V-trigger just yet, so Vin is going to be in full swing, dictating the pace, no pun intended, just hanging out in this corner. Look how much damage is taken out via Grey Life, actually more so than Chip than Grey Life.
Yeah, and that Grey Life has been so important so far. Goba now with the V-trigger looking for that one hit, but every single time the V-trigger has been active, there's been a combo drop. So now, let's see. Oh, that was tragic. Could have got the shimmy punish, but did not have the right spacing. What a tag.
Yeah, you can't press a button after that. Not as the orbs are coming at your face. There's not going to be enough. Yeah. Not too bad. Not too bad if you're Vin Petroleum.
Oh, no. Trying to backdash right here. And again, that space is not getting created because the orb was just not there. And I love that from Vin Petroleum chasing down the backdashes. Again, playing it patient. 17 seconds left. Goba is the one who has to engage. You know, any confirm can lead to critical art, but I don't even think that gives you the life lead at this point. You need 2 positive touches. I think you're just going to lose at this point.
Yeah, Goba doesn't even realize it.
Oh, no. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Take the throw over and over again. You have to hit the critical art right here, and it does not matter. That is a wrap. Goba realized it too late, and, you know, from the outside perspective, we get to see everything, but hindsight's 2020 and, you know, 2020 vision towards tomorrow. Vin Petroleum, the dictator, dictated his own victory there. Good stuff. Your favorite player name continues on. We love it.
But it was no bias, obviously. You know, Goba had some pretty shining moments, consistent shining moments when it came to fighting out of the corner. It just wasn't enough to seal it. It just went down to the wire, too, 2-1. I would love to see how he plays it off in the loser side. Again, Goba making a second appearance in the CPT for South Africa. Same with Vin Petroleum. These guys have been extremely consistent. I think we had that earlier from Psycho 9 where his quote is like, all the killers are here. Everybody's pretty much raring to go. And it's no surprise to see these names up here. Again, very similar kind of playstyles, but I think with like different characters, they're still playing it out very, very well in neutral. There's a lot of patience coming in from Vin Petroleum as well. But as it stands right now, we've already established our first 4 players into our top 8. Vin Petroleum joining the ranks against Billy Date specifically, and of course Apollo versus Javi M. But we're moving on to the loser side. I don't know if we'll be able to get the bracket up. There it is. Erafon Pierce versus Clavisto, Hart versus Ryan PM, Soap versus Fire Blazer, and Sequele versus 7BB.
So many good matches to come up. And when you bring up consistency as well, if you looked at the scores from the winner side, 2-1, 2-0, 2-1, 2-1, all going down to the wire, all showing that these players are at such a high caliber. The killers are all here. And it's not only in the winner side, it is in the loser side. And, you know, Erafon Pierce versus Clavisto is going to be one hell of a match. Erafon Pierce on our books right here. All we got is the Vega on the paper, but we have our expectations have been subverted. We've seen a ton of character representation from everyone so far, and Clavisto also has so many characters in the books too. As you can see here, Vega versus Guile, 45-44. It doesn't matter how old you are still considered a killer, and I absolutely love to see that here. You know what? Street Fighter skill is transcending time, and you know the ability to get to this top 16 at this point. Shout outs to both these players. And you know, Erafon Pierce had a few shout outs about this match. What does he got to say, Jeremy?
Let's take a look right here. Erafon Pierce with a pretty steady mindset, saying, slow it down, take it slow, and then relax. A lack of patience is gonna get me killed. And I get that, right? I think one of the biggest things that Vega players like to do is pretty much slide, right? That's one of the biggest. It was a pretty big meme for a while, and then became the truth. I feel like, but I think with Erafon Pierce, with the pace that he's been playing as of late, right, just placing 4th not too long ago in the World Warrior event over in South Africa, I think he's on to something great, especially with Vega. I mean, we've seen the likes of Jester Power take it down over at Versus fighting, right? Just shy of getting first against Punk the God. But we're starting to see the Vega players really come together this season, and I think Erafon Pierce is onto something great. We'll see how it plays out, though. Clavisto, a whole set of wheelhouse, or set of options in his wheelhouse with Guile, Bison, and Kage. That's going to be interesting to see because we are going to be guessing which character he's going to be bringing to the table.
Yeah,
again,
we got a 1 in 3 chance to guess right. And, you know, it's 2 sides of the same coin with the Guile and Kage. You have so much aggression versus so much patience, and it's like, how do you want to approach this matchup? Because Vega can really be played against in multiple different ways. And yeah, like you said, Jester on the Vega, we got to see a fantastic performance. We've also seen a lot of Vega play from the side of Punk as well, from CEO when he played against Mono, had to switch to the Karin because it just wasn't good enough in the Fong matchup. But like, excited to see how this claw shapes up. And we are going to the Guile, so it's going to be slow and steady. But, you know, changing up the pace on that Guile is also an incredibly strong strategy, too. So I'm excited to see how Clavisto approaches this Vega, who can really control the screen with one button.
This is one of the biggest things we talk about. First and foremost, man, default Guile classic costume, I like that. I respect that a lot, actually.
Absolutely love that. And there it is, the raw slide. We spoke it into existence. It's not a meme. It's just reality. And you know what?
I think, oh boy. I think a little bit of patience is to be shown from Clavisto. That EX flash kick's not going to get him anywhere, but this corner pressure will. We'll take that. Oh boy. Counter hit conversion off with a stray medium punch coming from Erafon.
Dude, I love how Erafon Pierce says, play patient, play it slow, and immediately opens up with the sweep. Just the raw sweep.
Yeah, and also going for the, what was it, the jump back V trigger 1, trying to catch something preemptively. Not playing the reactive game, but playing the counter game, the counter hit game, or at least the counter poke game, pretty heavily on reads.
Yeah. And I like that a lot. I mean, sometimes the best defense is a great offense because you never have to play in that patient situation if you're not holding down back. And right now, there is no down back, only forward, and only forward for Clavisto. What is the splash kick?
That hit?
That was wild. The maximum range.
Do it again. If there was a third standing heavy punch crush counter, I would have
lost it. Yeah.
Ooh.
Crush.
Okay.
Nice extension again.
EX.
Next touch. Huge opportunity.
Oh,
you are
dead.
stunned. Deader than dead. Yeah.
Command grab. Oh, I knew it. That's a style. I like that. Erafon Pierce.
Like we said, all these players are used to getting washed in the Get Washed series, so finishing off with whatever flashy move you want to choose, you know, that's a Vega classic right there. One of the flashiest fighters, finishing it off with the command grab. And I really like that because, you know, Clavisto just did not get to establish a steady game at all. It was full steam ahead for Erafon Pierce. And that was some of the most aggressive Vega play that I've seen in a while. I love to watch that. That was beautiful.
It was steamy in the bathhouse. We saw people get washed almost into loser's bracket, but it's not quite there yet. Excuse me. Erafon Pierce, again, taking it down 1-0. There was a lot to kind of throw you off in the beginning stages of that game, and I'm not going to lie, seeing the roundhouse whiff into the sweep, I would have been like, man, I gotta put the controller down for a sec. I gotta just chill.
We call that one a wish punish, not a whiff punish.
Oh man, I love seeing it though. I mean, like, it shook Clavisto just a little bit. Then we saw like an EX flash kick from pretty much out of the blue. But what's also funny about that is we ended up seeing a second EX flash kick that hit randomly against Erafon. I'm like, how did that even happen? That was a pretty good call. It wasn't even a counter hit. I think Erafon just happened to walk forward. Yeah. So let's talk about the matchup a little bit. I think there's a lot to be said with Erafon's placement of normals in terms of like how he's been opening up Clavisto. One of the biggest things I like seeing is the counter poke game that Vega presents. I think standing medium punch is an excellent tool to kind of stuff out Sonic Booms or even like the other Sonic Booms.
Yeah, catches the startup pretty consistently. And starting it up again. Another Bison in the back pocket. Again, going to that secondary. Clavisto obviously didn't feel it with the Guile, and that counter poke game was a big part of it. Maybe feeling a bit more comfortable with the normals that Bison has to offer against this Vega. And again, the anti-air immediately, you can see Clavisto with the adjustment. Again! Stop it. Slow down. Play patient. Raw sweep. The only 3 realities in life.
We'll take it.
I can't believe this guy. I love him already. I normally have a favorite player that comes out of the bracket for me just by the way they play, and I am resonating with Erafon Pierce right now.
Oh, that was so far. I thought that was in reach.
Yeah, me too.
I knew he was itching for it. Well, he's going to have to scratch the itch that is on the knee of Bison because that is a big crush counter, but I don't know if it's going to be enough right now. Clavisto whittling away at Erafon's life.
Oh, yep. Very good check right there. And again, no claw, not enough reach. Clavisto winning that round pretty convincingly against Vega.
So far, a big comeback for Clavisto. A lot of impatience coming from the side of Erafon. Quite the opposite of what we were expecting from his own quote, right? Clavisto is putting in a lot of normals on Erafon Pierce, and he's just running into them. Even the scissor kick. I like that as an escape option. The fact that it hit also just so happens to be a very fortunate situation. Via versa to reset the momentum. Erafon looking to be patient, but no, the jumping, which isn't a bad tool to utilize because, again, Bison's anti-air options, not as effective.
Yeah, not the best, but again, the air-to-air, Clavisto controlling this jump arc so excellently with the Devil's Reverse. And again, you got a raw sweep, I got a raw sweep. We saw some raw sweep from Bison earlier, and that trade definitely goes in the favor of Erafon Pierce, but this activation is where things can really shine. Not able to get the punish on the throw, but command grab City. Next hit will lead to a stun scenario. Uh-oh.
Oh, that's not going to be enough.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh! That is so tricky.
Three command grabs!
He did it before, actually.
Oh, man.
What's funny about that is, like, Erafon actually got clipped on his wall dive attempt by Clavisto, and Clavisto wasn't even within range to, like, apply a meaty afterwards, and he just lost his momentum immediately after that. Imagine he got rewarded for hitting somebody with death. Like,
oh, you hit me?
With losing momentum. Yeah, that was rough. That was a really rough circumstance.
Yeah, super challenging, but sometimes that's how it goes. And, you know, getting the anti-air, that's how it goes too. Again, that was so good with the Devil's Reverse, just stopping everything that Erafon Pierce wanted to do. But again, stopping time Swordo with the air-to-air.
Yeah,
right
that does make sense, actually. That's pretty cool. Actually activated the time freeze, the most important V-trigger that Vega can potentially have. And of course, as soon as the Rose hits the boots, it's wah time. And it's the nature of the beast, right? We've gone through these situations before, right? Not everything can be under optimal conditions, but that's just how it goes. In terms of the ruling, I believe you guys have been here before as well. We're going to figure out where the disconnect actually came from. If we can't determine that, then we'd have to kind of play it by ear, determining like who was in the life lead, and if it was a tie, who actually had like the most meter to award them the round, essentially. Or we just haven't played out. It really depends. So as it stands right now, I think Erafon Pierce also was starting to find a little bit more of that patience that he was talking about in the beginning of his game, being a little bit more reactionary towards what Clavisto wanted to do. We just saw that from that example off of the Rose, that V-trigger being able to react to the airborne approaches. Whether it's like Devil's Reverse, the head stomp, I think that trigger is going to be more than enough to stuff it out.
Yeah, and I think that was really good too, because adjusting from trying to meet with the air-to-air to using the V-trigger was a huge change-up, because both times when we saw Erafon go to the sky, got punished by the Devil's Reverse, was not able to get the air-to-air, but the Rose, the Thorns, was a thorn in Bison's side, got the hit, and the hit was so potent that it ended the game. And here's the thing, Erafon Pierce, if he's awarded the game right there, that means that he wins the set. Like, it was already the round for him, so it's going to be, I'm waiting to see how this plays out, because Clavisto was starting to figure out some things on Bison, was really challenging, but that change in tempo from Erafon Pierce, it's so hard to adapt back to that. From going wild style to patient, it's like, I can't read my opponent anymore, because they're raw sweeping and then they're holding down back and just playing the whip punish game. Like, what is going on in their head? Because I can't figure it out.
Yeah. So far, it's been like, what, 1-1?
Yeah, I know it's 1-0 right now.
1-0? Sorry about that. Yeah, Erafon Pierce is the one... is the one currently in the lead right now. So if the disconnect does come from the side of Clavisto, then yeah, you are right. Erafon would be the one moving on. We don't want to see it play out that way, obviously. We want to know exactly how it plays out between these two the right way. We're still trying to figure out that ruling. I think one of the producers in our ears started to say something, but at the same time, we're still trying to figure it out. Yeah, he's just whispering just a little bit. But you guys are tuning in again to South Africa. It was Erafon Pierce with Vega, Clavisto currently with Bison. Tried it out with the Guile initially, and one of the biggest things that we did not see was the sonic booms, right? But as it stands right now, we do have the update. Erafon was the one responsible for the desync.
No.
That's huge.
That means that it is 1-1 on the board, which means we're getting a 2-1 whether we like it or not, and Erafon Pierce is going to have to close this out convincingly now, because Clavisto is like, yeah, it's 1-1. I feel real good about that one. But going to be on the Bison still. We saw Erafon Pierce start to figure out the anti-air situations and the air-to-airs, so it's really going to be how patient can Erafon play and live up to the quote against Clavisto.
As it stands right now, I think we started to see the glimpse of that patience. This is going to be a frustrating way to go into the third game for Erafon, right? Going in with that Vega. I don't recall seeing anything in his wheelhouse with like any sort of secondary characters. I don't think he needs it, to be honest with you. I think he just needs to figure out when Clavisto wants to be kind of crafty with the air approaches. I think he does a fine job as Vega to counter poke or even whiff punish. I think that's the biggest thing that he has. Especially the walk speed too. I think one of the biggest things you look for in Bison is whether or not they're charging for scissor kick to steal space, get that chip damage as well. But the Psycho Axe is the second big tool that a lot of Bison players use to close the gap, apply the pressure, because it is +1 after block. So it's one of the two tools that you're looking for in that matchup. And I base all of my knowledge off of those two things, right? When it comes to the opening gambit, I'm like, all right, well, I don't really want to swing first. I want to see whether or not the Bison player is patient enough to like walk me down, which I'll applaud. I'm like, all right, well, I'll fight out of the corner. I get that. But if they're like predictable, if I know they're like fishing for certain things or they're just sitting there, like best believe I'm gonna like randomly neutral jump and catch you on your scissor kick, or walk out of that range so you're looking foolish and I'm getting the whiff punish. But I don't think Clavisto's that kind of cat. No. I think he's kept his approach pretty ambiguous.
And I really like that too, because at this stage you need to have that ambiguity, and that's what we saw from Erafon Pierce too, where it's full wild, full patience, and I want to see that with Punish game. I want to see full utilization of the walk speed and just keep Bison at a standstill. Be like, hey, old man, you can't keep up with me, all right? You cannot. And, like, again, it was the whip punishes in the first game and just the unrelenting assault from Vega. Because I feel like if Clavisto gets Erafon to the corner, doesn't have the best V reversal, going to be stuck under duress. Like, it is just lights out. But we haven't been able to see that situation as often. It's been all neutral for pretty much a majority of the set that we've been able to see so far. So, again, can Clavisto continue to play that patient style and, you know, hold out, not give Erafon the opportunity to whip punish and keep catching with these scissor kicks? Because in the round where he did get the edge, it was like every scissor kick just started to connect.
Yeah.
And it was really wonderful to see. We also saw that glimmer of hope in the first set with Guile, where it was double counter hit on the Fierce. Double crush, double crush on the Fierce, which means that Erafon was challenging, but Clavisto started figuring out the tempo and where the frame traps are working. So can you apply that with Bison as well? We're going to find out right now as we get back into it. Last match between these two, Erafon, Pierce, and Clavisto. Thank you, everybody watching, for waiting as we sorted through that once again. All of this is online, so not the most optimal conditions, but we're still giving you the most optimal experience as we get back into this set. If I had to say, you know, if I see Erafon, no!
If I see Erafon, what?
If I see him slide one more time, I'm going to lose it.
I'm going to disconnect for him. But no, I also want to know how he utilizes the V-meter, right? I want to know, outside of V-reverse, I mean, you have V-shift, which is an excellent tool to catch Bison's roundhouse and punish, by the way.
And again, even with the double raw sweep, it does not matter. Gets the stun and the end of it. Should be able to kill with the V-trigger at the end. Doesn't even need
What happened?
Double raw sweep, got a punish from Clavisto, and then I blinked and it was over. My blink recovery was too long. How many frames of recovery does your blink have? Is
It really depends
like
on the
4?
situation. I think it depends on how much meter I've used to keep them open.
That's true. That's true. Moisture is definitely important, and right now, feeling sweaty. Erafon Pierce 1 round away. Doesn't matter if I disconnected. I still got an opportunity. Oh, no anti-airs allowed. No air-to-airs either.
That was rough. That was actually kind of rough.
Raw slide on
No,
slide.
that was easily a whiff punish.
Yeah.
Right?
That was so good. Not at the right distance, and that's what you said. Catching Clavisto looking silly, whipping full screen. You weren't close enough to sweep or to slide, because I'm the slide master. Again, oh my god. And again, changing up the options every single time. Huge crush counter. Uh-oh.
Spending the meter, Erafon. Looking pretty gutsy out there. The side switch, ever so important.
Air-to-air right there, too, and the neutral jumps back-to-back.
Oh, he tried to dash up for what? Watch out for the command grab. No, it's a back throw. He tried to dash forward.
Oh my goodness. EX double reverse. Didn't get the catch. One more touch. Both sides. Throw tech was paramount there. Again, checking the jump. So much. And the EXs have come up so good. The counter hit right there. Erafon Pierce. It just felt like every time there was a bar, we were going to the skies. And you know what? This was a no-fly zone for the side of Clavisto. Not going to be in the bracket any longer. What a wonderful display of skill from Erafon Pierce, losing that game because of the disconnect, but it does not matter, was not dissuaded, and the claw moves on to strike again.
Actually kind of wild about that situation. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, like, why did Clavisto press a button on Wake Up? If you've been paying attention, Erafon has been very fond of command grab to style on his opponents.
Yeah.
A good amount of times, and it actually has ended a few rounds with that command grab. So there was a lot of conditioning involved, and it's like you never think to yourself, it's like, oh, he's not going to do this, right?
Exactly. You have to respect it at that point. He already represented the option 3 times in a row in a previous game. And Clavisto, you know, didn't have the luxury of taking another hit, so that command grab to finish would have been lights out. You're stuck between a rock and a hard place. That's a 50-50. You got to guess, and guessing wrong means the end of your tournament run. Clavisto still getting that top 16, so a fantastic performance for the South Africa CPT, and I really love seeing their Guile and Bison, you know, shape up against Erafon Pierce's Claw. And that was the most, actually, no, I can't even say that. That was an average amount of raw sweeps from the side of Erafon Pierce's Vega. But again, on the other side, Clavisto sent him right back, said, I can do it too.
Yeah, and we can see there that final instance that put Erafon into round 2. Now he has to face off against Goba as his prize. But again, big ups to Clavisto, man. I mean, keeping it at least decently close, 2-1. We'll still take those the way that it happened, right?
Yeah, we take those. We take that one.
we are going to be moving on into Hart versus Ryukai, aka Ryan PM. So Hart actually got 5th over at the World Warrior event not too long ago. Ryan PM with the Seth rocking it out. I'm not actually too familiar with Ryan PM as much, but I will say this. Hart had a lot to say going into it, not for this particular situation, but I've seen it on social media where he's like, I'm really banking on Javi M to win CPT this weekend, just so I could
have a chance in the World Warrior.
Yeah, he's like, you guys are going to see something real nice from my Ken during the World Warrior events. He's like, I want to run amok as soon as Javi M is out of the running. So there's a lot of confidence coming in from the side of Hart, coming in from the loser side too. I really want to know what he's about.
Yeah, I would love to see more about Hart, but Ryan PM also has the Seth in the pocket, so very explosive character. We've seen it from the likes of Jin, we've seen it from the likes of Chris CCH. So even though Hart is feeling themselves, strong of heart, strong of will, Ryan PM has another mission to achieve and stay strong in this bracket. But as you said, hoping that Javi M wins in CPT to run amok in World Warrior. What about the other side of that story? What if Hart is the one who runs amok in the losers bracket, makes it all the way to Javi M, and just wins the position? I think that feels a lot better because then, hey Javi, you're the one who's got to run amok in the World Warrior series. That's rough.
That'd be pretty cool.
But a tall order.
Yeah, Venti, if you will.
Venti order.
I want to know.
Yes.
I want to know specifically who Hart had to go through to make his way into this side, or actually who he fell short to from the winner's side of the bracket, which is what we usually do over in the top 8 part of it, right? As we establish our top 8, then we look at which players have been sent to losers initially or what their route was like going into the top 8 scenarios. So a lot of that focus pretty much happens tomorrow, but for the most part, I'm already pretty intrigued. I might even look at it during the matchups, or at least on the side during the matchup. So we'll see how it plays out. Ken versus Seth. We've seen this before from a couple of birdies, right?
Oh, yeah.
A couple of Angry Birds and Big Birds. But bringing it down to South Africa, we got to talk about the matchup on paper, right? With Ken and Seth. I do like the idea of Seth utilizing either trigger.
Yeah, it's
right?
the V-trigger one right here, too.
Yeah. I think either V-skill would work out as well, but Ken is such a powerhouse.
Oh, yeah, especially with the buffs on the EX uppercut, too. The extra range helps you, whip punish a lot better and contest in that neutral.
Here we go. First game between Hart, Ryan PM.
Oh, tried to get the whip punish right there with the walk speed from Ken. A little bit of a run, but, back in this neutral, staying right on the lines, all right? The sumo special.
Oh, just stealing it right back. Okay. No conversion off of that. Whoa, boy.
Caught the startup, and now coast to coast, corner to corner. One of the best things about Ken is he just takes you to the corner. The screen is mine. I want it now. Oh, no.
Big whiff punish.
Explode. Yep, get off me. I like that from Ryan PM. Automatically showing that they're not afraid to bust out, and you need to do that.
Oh, you're actually going to be eating a ton of damage.
Yeah, not dead just yet, but one more touch will do it. And yeah, challenge right there. Maybe looking for the throw.
Are you dead off of this? EX is hungry? One more touch?
Yes.
Oh, my Lord. That was actually just enough.
That was insane. And again, we talked about the high damage that Seth has to offer, and right there was almost 40% on Hart off that one touch. Only had to spend 1 bar. Insane.
Ooh, conversion off of that initial hit from Hart. This is the kind of spacing that's so difficult to play against Seth. Seth is such a great counter poker.
Yeah.
And being able to utilize the V skill if you needed to get past fireballs, change your trajectory to confuse your opponent. In the air, I'm talking about with the axe kicks. There's a lot. There's a lot that Seth can do to counter this this kind of playstyle.
Yeah, I remember when we saw Just a Kid versus Seth in the top 8 at EVO. Everybody's like, why didn't you anti-air? It's like, you have to deal with the axe kick. And right now, that's going to be such an important part of this matchup. And the anti-airs are so important. Spend it all. I love that because you're going to be able to build this resource back. Put Hart into a position where you do not feel comfortable. That is so rough.
Yeah, it's not like Hart's going to be building any more critical art off of that, right?
Yeah. Nothing left to gain. No more V-trigger to gain either. This is huge extension. Looking good. But again, every single check on the run-up right there. Hart is not allowed to have Oki here. This is so rough.
Woo! That wasn't even real.
Yeah.
That was a read based off of Ryan PM. Like, I think he was looking or expecting maybe Hart to back off, like backdash or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was definitely some time for you to get at least like a normal off. I don't think that would have been like a frame trap. The timing was a little off for you to get like an actual normal, I feel like.
Yeah, so, not having a normal there, and it was a jump forward from the side of
It was a jump forward from the side of
It
Hart.
was definitely trying to chase down a backdash. And, on the side of Ryan PM just decided, no, I'm staying in. I know that you've been playing aggressive this entire time. Almost every single Oki situation has been forward, 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 checked with either a counter hit or a full confirm from the side of Ryan PM. So, same old story, but same old answer from the side of Ryan PM.
Oh.
There it is again. The anti-air is so consistent.
I got a little bit of a drop. Oh, does it again! Man, what is happening with the spin kicks?
No confirms afterwards, but the first hit.
That could have been another roundhouse.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and again, every single time Hart has tried to apply the pressure, it's either been a jab on wake up or the DP from the side of Ryan PM. Hart just cannot get this momentum started. Uh-oh.
And that was an early one. That was I'm feeling it confirmed.
Yep.
That was a very early cancel off of the low medium kick into the uppercut.
And back to this ground zero right here. So hard to contest. Goes for the activate right here.
Oh, that's dangerous.
Yes,
I think
yes.
if Ryan... Oh, you're...
Woo! You tried to steal your turn right back. That was bold and brave.
Capital B.
That was capital B for baited right there. Hart with the patience.
That's what we call the heart read.
That is the heart read right there.
Checking. Man, actually no checks on the dash. Ryan PM is just easily able to dash up in Hart's face. Nothing to contest with. Ooh. That was a soul fireball. I thought that would have been able to
beat it, yeah.
bypass.
I thought so too. Again, full resource on the side of Hart.
Uppercut?
Back
Oh,
headshot.
boy.
Yeah, almost. No anti-air just yet.
Not a lot of good conversions from Hart. Still within that range to get counterpoked. He hasn't been able to do the counterpoking himself or throw out some of his normals preemptively in general.
And again, V-Trigger is almost available for both sides. And yeah, oh my goodness, finally found the hit confirm. Going to spend it all. Hart wants to put him in a one-touch situation, but now V-Trigger is available. No more critical art gain. You are in that same position, but no, you can't drop there. It doesn't matter. Nice counter hit.
I was going to say, I think at that range, you're still able to get a heavy DP because of how much horizontal coverage it has now. But I get not wanting to take that risk.
Yeah.
That's totally fine. Maybe like a roundhouse Tatsu too? I don't even know.
Yeah. Could have opted for either of those options. It's just the horizontal reach that Ken has is so amazing.
It's so good.
So very good. All right, he needs it. Give Ken an air fireball. All right, give him everything. The way your eyes opened up after that. Give Ken a dive kick, and it's plus.
What is this? Previous seasons of Ken's past? What is this?
Yeah, dude. Can you imagine? New Ken has a dive kick, but he is negative after, super negative.
He has like the CVS2 wheel kick with V skill 2.
Yeah, true.
I mean that counts, right?
Sort of. I mean, it's not like an air cancel though. So
no.
Yeah, that'd be so sick.
But it does cover a lot. It's pretty active. Like you hold that bad boy, and like after the apex of the jump, or even before that, it's just like wham, big giant hitbox.
True.
That's neither here nor there. Hart bringing it back. One of the biggest things that I've seen that was super consistent was how often one got jumped on and one got anti-air.
Oh yeah, it was. But again, you need the follow-up afterwards too, because there was 2 instances where the anti-air came through and Ryan PM just missed the touch afterwards, which even if you have the anti-air, you have to have the follow-up on deck as well. And following up strong in that second game was Hart, because you're not going to get those full confirms. I got more health to work with and more risk to take. And, Hart with the Hart reads gets that one on the board. Maybe we went to character select here. I know that we didn't have anything written down for Ryan PM, maybe a secondary for Seth, or maybe it's just taking time. I think it's really important in this stage of the game where you can take as much time as you need. Obviously, you're not going to take like 30 minutes.
No. At that point, we're DQing.
Yeah, exactly. You're out of here. Sorry, you thought about it too long.
If you take a 30-minute break, we are definitely going to be like, hey, man, the tournament moves on without you.
Yeah, I'm just going to move on one way or another, and we're going to be moving on in this set. Let's see both players staying the same. No change on the V-skill or the V-trigger right there either, so just running it back, taking the time in between. I really love that decision because, this could be your final game of the weekend, of the evening. Better make it count.
Here we go, game number 3, Ryan PM. Back-to-back spin kicks. Nothing to do with the second one, though.
3 in a row. only move represented so far afterwards. And now the anti-air is coming in from the side of Hart. I've got him too. You just haven't been jumping in that much. And, you know, that corner control is what we saw. That was so good.
I think you could have been able to uppercut possibly.
Yeah, I think it would have reached. But you have to make that hard call out. And again, Hart with the Hart read. Just not on deck right there. Good block. Ooh, so scary. Not going to be able to kill with a confirm, but so much damage. Now next touch will do it. Oh, it does so much damage.
And it wasn't even over yet. Hart looking at match point. Very big opener for Hart. Ryan PM. He's trying to establish himself as a, you know, as a threat with the spin kicks early.
Yeah.
But I don't know how much of that is going to be effective against someone like Hart. The anti-air is there. That's one thing that's super consistent with Ryan. Does get the follow-up this time.
Yeah, and that was huge because now corner position means one more potential shimmy, one more throw. Stun is no longer going to be a factor. Hart still trying to challenge out here. Trigger just about to be built in the anti-air, but again, the lack of confirm. We are 1 for 4 on that.
Yikes.
Which is incredibly rough, and now V-Trigger activated has the full charge, and the V-Ship gets punished. Stun's going to be the next touch, and that's actually even better because now Critical Art is going to kill, and that should be the set. Ryan PM falling apart at the very end, doesn't even need the Critical Art. DP into DP. I'll see you later, Ryan PM, because you're not going to be playing Have Fun in the World Warrior series.
That's a tough beat, honestly.
Yeah.
I think Ryan PM had the initial game plan in game number 1, stuffing Hart. I got to say, like, the neutral game was a lot tamer than what it should have been with Ryan PM.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot more activity in the beginning stages, and then I think he just got intimidated by Hart.
Yeah, and it's so hard there too because you have to be confident in that neutral space, especially with the power and counter poke game that Ryan PM has on the Seth, but Hart just started to run out. And like we said before, Hart just felt to get checked on every single run-up, just not able to media appropriately and shut down Ryan PM, whether it be the DP or the jab challenge. But the second and third game was a completely different story. Again, right there, that was what was winning Ryan PM, all those interactions, and we saw so much damage here consistently. And again, the jump forward trying to catch a backdash. I wanted to see more of that aggression from Ryan PM because that's what really shut down Hart, didn't give him space to breathe. And, you know, with more oxygen means more fire, and his heart was set ablaze for the rest of that set.
But I will say, I think on behalf of Hart, he started to clean it up significantly, right?
Yeah.
There weren't those instances where he was trying to get away with runs as much, right? Yeah, that was actually such an important
And this
punish.
At the end right here,
oh man.
And that's another guess. That's another guess at the end too, because like you take the throw, you die. You take the meaty, you die. You have to guess, and you know, better luck guessing next time. Ryan PM still fantastic showing, top 16, nothing to, you know, be upset about, and you know, even more potential upsets in the future. Now Naruto is going to have to fight Hart, the heart of Kohana versus the heart of the world of Ken.
Yeah. And we still got plenty of more matches here on the bottom side of the top 16, right, with Soap and Fire Blazer as well as Sequele, who actually placed third. I actually neglected to mention his placement from the World Warrior series, but again, Sequele making it pretty far in the World Warrior, but finds himself in a very interesting predicament against 7BD, the grapple player who is also within top 8 from the World Warrior series. But we're not going to get into that. Instead, we're going to talk about something that's coming real soon. If you're in the West Side, or at least in the States, because it's currently available in China. We're actually talking about Street Fighter Duel. The Capcom authorized mobile game Street Fighter Duel is now available for download in China, with a global version coming soon. The epic legend is reborn on mobile. Download Street Fighter Duel now, and let's fight for each other and join the journey with millions of players to become the best fighter. With the plethora of characters we've seen so far in the top 16, you can expect them to be in Street Fighter Duel. As you can see him currently on your screen, that is a lot to go through thus far. And really excited to just see how this actually turns out for the Western audience.
Yeah, and we've got even more to figure out later in actually next week, because not only is Street Fighter Duel coming, CPT Brazil is coming as well. So make sure that you go ahead and register. It is currently open and closes on August 19th. You only have a couple more days, and on September 3rd and September 4th, that's the way you're going to want to spend your Labor Day weekend, because we are starting in the afternoon, 1 p.m. So you daywalkers will have a fantastic tournament to watch as we go to Brazil to see some of the best players in the world play. And we've seen the best that South Africa has had to offer so far. But if you want to see the best in Brazil and compete in Brazil, go to capcom.us/Brazil to get your hands on that action. Potentially be a CPT representative and get your hands on some of that $5,000 prize pool, right?
Oh, yeah. You don't want to miss it. Again, in 2 days, the registration closes. You do not want to miss it. Capcom.us/Brazil. But as it stands right now, we are still trying to finish who makes it into the top 8 for South Africa. We'll be finding out very, very soon. We still have 2 more losers rounds to go to, or losers round 1 to go through. Then it's going to be even more of the Sharks at play here in South Africa. You don't want to miss it. Get yourself a beverage, refresh yourselves for the next set. It's going to be nothing but fire. We'll see you right after this break with more Street Fighter V.
Time to fight, time to fight. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand up turn defeat. So fight, time to fight. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are street fighters.
You call, I answer. Pushing you on the scene. Man, come on, I'm ready to go. Calculated. We do this all day, every day. Remix time. Woohoo! Here we go. Now, repeat. Ninja, Star, Sniper. Make way for the Ninja Star. Time to play. You gonna keep me waiting, babe? Such a lovely face. Stop, kid. You're killing me here. And only one of us is allowed to do the killing.
know I got you. Let's go. We're just getting started here. We'll take control. And just bets it all on the drive rush. Solid anti-air. No resources to work with. They gotta do this the old-fashioned way. Wow, that took off a chunk. Wow, punish counter to save the galaxy. Woo! I've seen a lot of fights in my day, but nothing even comes close to this one.
Let's go. I'm sure you're expecting a 10 reaction. Man, they just know the spacing way too well. You gotta be careful with this pressure. You know a prey is most dangerous when they're cornered. They're ready for the anti-air. That jump is too obvious. Okay, that one hurt. Oh, here we go. Is it gonna kill? Is this gonna kill? I cannot believe they pulled that off. That was crazy.
That was a solid win. Give me your takeaways on what we just saw.
There is nothing more amazing than playing a close match with someone down to the wire like that.
Yo, I can't argue with you. What a game.
Welcome back to the Capcom Pro Tour South Africa. We have seen so many fantastic players so far. The big hitters are already into tomorrow, and we're going to be deciding how many more matches these players have to play until they get to tomorrow as well. We have one more losers round 1 match to play, and then we have the rest to decide the remaining top 8 players, as we already have 4 in the top. Who are going to be the 4 on bottom?
We still got a couple more, actually. Yeah, we have Soap versus Fireblazer, as well as Sequele versus 7BD, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, we just went through the first 2 matches from the start of losers, if I'm not mistaken. But one of the biggest things I do want to see is like who's going to be hungry coming in from the loser side, because this is do or die, right? It's just the one shot going into it. It's like your tournament life is pretty much on the line. I don't know why I was going to say essentially, but it pretty much is on the line, right? So really excited to see who is going to make it out into day number 2 so far. It's been pretty close. I don't know if we can take a look at the bracket, but it's been a whole bunch of 2-1s, which is the complete opposite of what we saw last weekend. Right, and this is what I like to see. I love seeing it this close. We did see a couple of mishaps, but for the most part, they've been duking it out pretty much tooth and nail. Yeah, and I mean, there were, like you said, in the winner side, there was only 1-2-0, so every game has gone the distance so far, and that's the consistency you like to see. The player quote in the beginning was, "All the killers are here," and that is definitely the truth, and we're going to get to see the truth of the matter for this top 8 coming up. My mistake earlier, because, yeah, we do have 2. I can't discredit the side of Soap and Fireblazer or Sequele and 7BD, because Soap's going to have to play extra clean against Fireblazer for this last potential match of the bracket. Our only Luke and Soap, the 18-year-old, I think the youngest player we have in the bracket. I'm not going to say his Twitter, but we have double 420 power right here, so, you know, there may be a 20-year difference, but the vibes are still there. Vibes is the excellent word choice for the youngins. I feel like it's gonna be
no portrait either. The mystery man.
We'll
Soap.
see. I'm curious to see what Soap has in store. I actually haven't been able to see a lot of the gameplay. Fireblazer, actually, we've possibly seen from last season, but I do want to do my homework on that as he advances along into the bracket. But this is the first Balrog representation we're going to see. Actually, the first Luke as well. I don't think any other person in the bracket currently has any of these characters in their wheelhouse. What's funny about that is Soap also uses Oro and Fong, right? So pretty much charge characters are the preference for Soap.
It's like Brian F. Jr. right there. Absolutely love that.
Almost, yeah. With like it's
with Brian, a little bit of mono thrown in there.
Yeah. I like that. Yeah, that's exactly it.
Yeah, that's beautiful, and I like
Brian
that.
F plus.
Brian F plus.
Yeah,
you just throw a Fong in there just for some more variety.
Brian is reborn.
Brian reborn
into Soap.
Into Soap. No longer salty.
Comes
now
out as clean as ever. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Really, really like that. And on the other side, Fireblazer, you know, not playing around, playing the Luke. You know, you
serious
need
business.
You know, serious business. Pick the best to become the best in your region, and we're going to get to see how this shakes up. Boxer on boxer violence right here. We've seen the likes of Travis Styles just dominate on this character, so I'm excited to see how Soap presents, because like you said, I haven't seen a lot of Soap. While we have more data on Fireblazer, it's going to be exciting to see how Soap plays out this matchup. Oh, just got the charge immediately? Wow. Uh-oh.
That's going to be huge. One of the biggest things I like to talk about is Luke is while you're playing him online, again, while he's also the top of the charts for a lot of the players in the fan base, I think being able to utilize the just frame flash knuckle online is so difficult to do. So you have to rely on those V-skill charges more often than not to get some of the big damage. And you can see Fireblazer has prioritized getting the V-skill off a lot, but Soap, once he caught wind of that, it's been game over.
Did you see the teabag?
No, he was making sure the peripheral was working. That's all it was.
I don't believe you right there, but Soap playing clean. And like you said, as soon as the V skill got represented, Soap said, I'm getting in there. And, you know, these young guns definitely are disrespectful, and the disrespectful wake-up option coming from the DP, what a check on the shoulder. Dude, if I was Fireblazer right now, I'd be like, how dare you? Don't you ever teabag me again. That's the CFN special.
I think there was an opportunity. Oh, boy, speaking of, Fireblazer has had a decent amount of damage left on the table, but I think this is what's important right now. The jump-ins have been catching Soap off guard more often than not.
Uh-oh.
Are we going to see a mix? Overhead?
Potentially
No.
went for the reset Okaiba. Locked down again. Oh, my God!
Throw's going to do it. He's setting up for it. No, there was possibly a shimmy attempt. Gonna move Barrett, push him away a little bit more. He's just fighting for the corner. A lot of meter being spent just to get out.
Ooh!
Not today.
Screen,
Oh, then he checked the movement afterwards. Actually, Soap pressed the button after that jab. I think no matter what, I think Fireblazer could have gone into like target combo if he wanted to kill, but checking the movement afterwards, not too shabby.
Yeah, not too shabby. Any sort of finish was on the table. And Fireblazer getting checked again for the V-skill, but not getting a full confirm on the side of Soap. Arms are popped up. The Sailor Man is ready to fight. Ooh.
Oh, you could have gotten to crouching medium punch, but still Fireblazer getting the reset into the throw. Now Soap fighting away after that target combo has landed. Look at how much space he gets, but only to run into an EX Sandblaster.
Nice sweep check on the spin right there. Absolutely love this. And again, activation at that pretty much checkmate situation. Once you get full screen, if you get pushed out, you're just locked down by all of the Sandblaster. And Luke just showing dominant. Shouldn't have teabagged that early.
I was just thinking that. That's an unfortunate start for Soap. Trying to be down and dirty.
Cheeky.
A little tough. It was a little tough. I got to say, Fireblazer with great composure, pretty much losing that first round, getting slightly disrespected, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's always like a good jest for the most part.
Yes.
But a big statement to be made, especially when you're playing Luke, is getting those 2 rounds back to back. We could hear
Round 1.
Going right back into it. Yeah.
Okay, good. I like that. Right back into the Balrog. Again, it's do or die time for Soap. Fireblazer in the lead.
Yeah.
Big counter hit.
It's not like Soap was like completely out of that as well. It was one decision away from locking down Fireblazer, but you know, Fireblazer with the Luke just making the most out of every situation. Almost at stun full screen too, and now got the charge extra. The jump in is going to be huge, and now this next situation is so rough because stun meter's still there. You have to deal with everything. Still locked down, not enough just yet, but yeah, you are almost lights out here.
Ugh. Word?
That was rough. And the full charge, and Uncle, where's your teabagging now? You can't hold down back.
I feel like the V-skill itself is kind of like a taunt. Like, it looks like a taunt. We didn't need to do all that.
Yeah,
no, I'm just kidding.
It's like Ken in Third Strike, where he waves his fingers. It actually gives him a damage boost.
Yeah.
And it is a taunt, so very similar function.
We see the strengths of Luke, right? Being able to play at different speeds, if you will, in different stages of the game. There's different stages right now. Like, he gets to throw, oh boy, fireballs if he wants to, occupy the space, but...
Nice V-shift. That was huge because you take that last rush punch and you are in stun city, but now reestablishing that space, V-skill gets punished once again, and the anti-airs have been so consistent. Let's go, Soap, cleaning it up.
Does get the anti-air, the proper one of that. Standing medium punch, and Soap, as soon, I gotta say, the young man's offense is pretty good, but he just needs to get it started. That's the problem, right? Luke is gonna be no slouch and occupying that space earlier. Oh boy.
Yeah, plus rings afterwards, and now lockdown once again. And yeah, you have to be a well-rounded player at this point. Just because you have great offense, you have to create those situations. And, you know, checking the V-skill has been the opening that has been most consistent for Soap.
Not pressing any buttons afterwards. What a jump out, too, from Fire, getting the reset
and now
against Soap.
Oh, now you have to look. You cannot get opened up by anything. That was death. And yep, even deader than dead. No, doesn't matter the throw afterwards. And Fire Blazer, you know, getting it done. Blazer, laser, and the fire has been lit. You can't dodge the sandblasters. If you can dodge a sandblast, you can dodge a ball, but you can't dodge this L. Fire Blazer sending Soap down. And, you know, the down-down input will help you out on CFN later.
I gotta say, Fireblazer making the right choices here with the Luke play. We've seen how much it occupies the space against the Balrog, right? Sandblaster is one of the biggest threats, but also I think the mediums were a big threat as well. I think we didn't get to see it as effective in like the on-paper kind of like theorizing about how the matches would go. There was a lot of fundamental tools that were used, right? The jump-ins are actually super effective on soap. And it's a classic rule. It's like if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I think if you find that weakness earlier, then you got to abuse it.
Yeah, and I love that because, you know, the jump ins were utilized a lot, and no anti-airs are really represented, but it takes more than just anti-airs to get the job done. And the second 2-0 of the bracket we've had so far, Fireblaze are going to be moving on to fight Psycho 9, which is fantastic again. So with that top 16, has to feel good about that one, but a little bit of disrespect in the match. You got to finish your plate before you dish it out right there. And, you know, ready to dish it out is going to be Sequele versus 7BD. Even more character diversity. We got to see the surprise Akuma earlier, but 7BD does have an Akuma as well to show. And then on the other side, absolutely love to watch this character play. Zangief!
That's what I'm talking about.
The Red Cyclone!
Sequele placing 3rd over in the World Warrior event for South Africa. Again, pretty much run by random select events. I'm curious to see how this plays out. I want to know what this Zangief is about, being able to take down pretty much all the names as well, like that we've seen in the current top 16, right? There's so many people that have been a part of this scene that have been like consistent killers, right? But going into it, let's take a look at what Sequele had to say going into his match for top 16.
Yeah, right here, Sequele, who lied to people and told them Zangief is a bad matchup for Akuma. This will be tough, but I am happy I came this far. And, you know, designated as one of the killers that is here in the bracket, we're going to see how this Zangief shapes up because, you know, as an Akuma player myself, yeah, I think Zangief does have a little bit of a hard time here. People are like, yeah, it's bad, it's bad, it's bad, but Zangief definitely has to work. But if he gets 2 boops, it's that life bar doesn't look very good on the side of Akuma.
We'll see how it plays out. Yeah. I mean, I'm curious to see how this region of the world plays this particular matchup because we don't get to see a lot of either character. Yeah. I feel like we've seen more Zangiefs in the spotlight than Akuma in terms of how the patch turned out.
Yeah.
But again, I think we can't base it off of what we've seen previously anymore. I want to know what Sequele has up his sleeve. I also want to make sure that we figure out how to pronounce his last name correctly. I want to make sure, like everybody that's been following along, if you have intel, or at least Sequele, if you're watching this yourself, if you would let us know how to say your last name properly.
I'll pull up the stream chat and like just hit us with it phonetically so that we can say it correctly, because I think that's really important.
I hate butchering people's names.
Same.
I want to put as much respect as possible. You know what I mean? Like, especially for regions that don't really get to have this kind of representation, right? Being able to have South Africa, even in the Capcom Pro Tour
is amazing.
It's the sign of things to come. You know what I mean? Like, we get to see a lot more regions going forward, hopefully. So we'll see how it plays out right now. Zangief versus Akuma. We're going to see who moves on into the loser side between these two. Sequele versus 7BD.
I love the pink tracksuit. You know how sick it would be to get all the tracksuit colors for Zangief for free if he wins? That would be amazing. Isn't that right, Viscous?
That'd be super impressive.
My bad. I didn't mean to get your name wrong. Oh, man. And yeah, there we go. Hey, that would be one of the reasons we could say this is a potentially bad matchup. The Lariat deals with the fireballs, but there's more than fireballs. And the extra jump art right there, too. Absolutely love it. Never mind. Terrible matchup.
Oh, jeez. Watch out for that, bro. Oh, okay, I like that. Yeah, Sequele. Woo!
You are
2 steps ahead.
No!
Oh.
Not like this.
Ooh.
Again, the V-Skill 2, and you know, typically we've seen a lot of V-Skill 1 from Akuma, but V-Skill 2 definitely coming to fruition lately in the likes of Joe Umarogan and then Mr. Mistopheles, you know, 2 proprietors of that V-Skill. But
no way! That was actually super ambiguous as to what side he was going to land on, I feel like.
Yep. And didn't have to spend anything on that as well. Feeling really good about that first round. Sequele. Oh.
That's so fast.
It is so good. I mean, you could potentially try to jump in right there and just getting the full charge. Look at the V-Skill.
That's a lot.
So scared to move forward. That was so smart. And just doing it again, just power pose on him. You can flex, I can flex.
Yeah, you're just building yourself V-Gauge the whole time. And I don't know if I don't know if that's going to be a big deal for Sequele or not towards the end.
Yeah, it still has that explosive damage, you know. I mean, even not getting these hits, yeah, you're getting a little bit of that V-trigger, but when Sequele gets in, I think you might opt to go for the V-reversal instead of trying to go for the trigger.
Oh, this is going to be pretty huge, too. 7BD having access to that trigger so early with a life lead is so important.
Yeah, half of it already burned. Hard knockdown. This is so rough. Again, the throw pressure comes out. Air fireballs. Nice block on that cross-up. That was insane. And not able to get it with the V-trigger. Nope.
Can't throw a fireball now.
Oh,
they jumped him.
explode. Area, yep.
Oh, force dynamite? Dash up, what happens? Oh, yep, that's so good.
You're not dead! Not like this! That isn't gonna kill moment. And right now goes for the spin, but the EX Fireball keeps you in the sky and not able to connect that time
That is
either.
so smart. Yeah, 7BD still able to land in time to get a punish on that.
Yeah, so good. Love that. And 7BD played that perfectly. Double EX Fireball to sniff out the Lariat because Sequele already represented that option and, you know, dealing with it well afterwards.
We see Sequele playing a little bit more compact, by the way. He did not want to let 7BD get into V-Trigger where he's big chillin'.
Yeah, 7BD oiled up, ready to go. Hakan Jr. Oh, there we go. Flex again.
Yeah, he's pretty much building up some V-Gauge because the sooner he gets into Trigger 1, the more offensive he gets to be.
Yeah, and I really love that adjustment from 7BD.
Oh my god!
Oh, going for the air fireballs to bait out the Lariat, but that was such a good forward Fierce, not able to get anything afterwards. That was so good, yep, with punish.
And this is such a good pace for 7BD right now.
And I love that. The V-skill right out of the range of the chop, so, you know, Sequele has to make the read to go for a micro-wop or try to jump in, but the anti-air was already represented before for the jump in. Uh-oh.
Counter poke there. Sequele. Excellent time to get that activation, get some of that space back.
Oh,
not like that.
So much damage afterwards. We saw the command grab last time after the throw whip. Just backdashes. What an answer.
What was the jump short about? I'm actually kind of
know.
curious, like what it could have been. I don't know if there was like a
instant overhead, maybe.
I don't know. I'm not too sure what the decision was for 7BD.
Ram Obby.
You're just gonna throw that out there randomly?
Ram Obby, yeah. Sorry, I just got it. It just came to me. Like a vision.
Jake, you gotta, you know, there's a certain order of things when it comes to talking about.
No.
You know, Mothership had actually just given us the pronunciation as to why Jake Ryan just shouted out Ram Aubrey.
Yeah, I mean, after that play right there, all I could think was Ram Aubrey.
You've been on the microphone before, Jake. Come on now.
I'm sorry. But yeah, Sequele Ram Aubrey getting the job done right now. 7BD has to find consistency here because even though we found a way to deal with the Lariat jump-ins, we found a way to deal with the interesting jump forward short situation. I mean, it's going to be a lot more for 7BD, and getting this screen position is huge, but Zangief is definitely comfortable sitting corner, holding down back.
Check so far. You know, there's so much mileage that 7BD is getting with the V skill.
Yeah.
Like, after this sequence, he's going to be in Trigger, right?
Yeah, Trigger right afterwards, but oh my god, a great way to stop stun from happening and a great way to get away from that pressure.
Oh, yes, I love that sequence, by the way. That was so smart. The frame trap to get yourself into Trigger regardless. Oh, no.
And the gray health means that does so much more damage. You got to guess per game here.
No, it was jab SPD. He was just fine. He was big chilling.
Yeah.
After the jab SPD, that was just a reset situation. I think there was just more of a benefit for 7BD to space Sequele out.
To jump out. Still had the V-trigger too, so the double fireball came out.
Counter for Sequele. Or at least the whiff punish, I should say. That's a big juggle for 7BD. Although he doesn't get to continue the combo, I think being able to rush down or at least move forward for the Oki was super important.
Yeah, and I think the most important part of this match is going to be Sequele figuring out how to stop that active V-skill usage from the side of 7BD.
And we can see 7BD getting a little antsy, moving a lot more into the space that Zangief is throwing out these normals, right?
Yeah, and utilizing the walk speed excellently, looking to keep Zangief guessing, you know, trying to fish for a whiff punish. Oh, there it was again.
I like that. Nice little on and off switch. Oh, boy.
Oh, my God. So much no. You know.
Not like that.
Bet it all.
Oh. There's a 6 up. Yeah, there's a lot of confidence coming from 7BD, but if there's a gap with a fireball in it, Sequele is going to sniff it out. No, he missed time the meaty.
Yeah,
the crouching jab meaty.
Again, the jumping
It was
short.
a setup. It was a setup. You could finish that.
Can't afford that, and the fireball catches at the very end. The invincibility from spin for projectiles just was not there long enough, and now we get a even match, 7BD versus Sequele. I mean, and he's figured it out. He figured out the timing. You know, again, the setup for the jump short. I want to see how it plays out to fruition because maybe it's that last touch that you need, but
possibly.
Yeah.
I think it's one of those things where it's like trying to give a false sense of security. It is a frame kill to get yourself into a meaty.
Yeah.
So it's one of those instances where he's trying to keep Sequele guessing. I'd imagine in the next sequence that he does the jump short to cross over, he'll throw a meaty normal out. And it's going to catch Sequele off guard if we see that instance again.
Yeah, finally, I think that's like one of the first 2 times that he's actually gotten a punish on the V-skill usage. And again, already has 1 full bar. That V-ship completely whiffs.
This is so cool to see the utilization of V-skill too.
Oh!
That's great for Zangief.
And again, that was so good. Caught the recovery at the very end. I love that awareness. May not have the most horizontal range like Ken does, but can still get that reach.
Ooh. No, the big drop.
And V-trigger is available for this next sequence. You got to be so careful here because any touch means death. Doesn't even need to charge the V-skill anymore.
No, you can't throw a fireball. That's day 1. That is day 1. You're not allowed to throw anything as soon as that V-trigger is active. Oh, you're actually going to get punished? No!
Not the punish you're looking for, and again, still has a little bit left, getting the V-skill charge too. Oh, and that is the whiff punish that you needed. Sequele finally figuring out how to deal with that V-skill, and now 1 round away, feeling super comfortable now. 7BD had figured it out for a while, but now 7BD is the one who has to push the initiative.
Sequele is actually pushing forward. This is what I wanted to see. I want to see him be a little bit more aggressive in terms of like walking forward, not necessarily having a counter poke.
Yeah.
But I think walking forward is so important here. 7BD has done a lot of pushing. Sure, Sequele might be in the lead right now with the rounds, getting these right calls and these right reads. But I want to see what happens when you push 7BD to fold under pressure.
Yeah, and that walk and block is so good because, you know, like you said, the standing fierce has been out, the jump-ins have been good, but make him feel uncomfortable. Show him that you are not deterred.
Oh boy.
Oh.
Man, it's so scary. If Sequele actually busts out with like a whiff punish SPD, what happens afterwards? What's the median?
Yeah,
Stand short a couple times.
Can't throw a fireball anymore. You have to deal with the V-trigger. Looking for the shimmy. There it is. He did throw the fireball, just no reaction.
Back throw is not going to be enough, is it? It might be, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, my lord.
Oh, too far.
A little bit too late, too.
And I saw that. That was actually really good, trying to get the V-trigger right there with the hold. Not enough just yet. So still in danger zone. Wow, not killing there off the touch. But that is enough.
Classic.
Final game. Final round.
Even as Zangief, had you blocked like the overhead, you can get like a punish into like trigger 1 continuation, but what do you get after that? You know what I mean?
Not really anything. I mean, you could go for the EX SPD, but then...
You could go for a reset, like force the 50-50.
Yep.
That would be pretty cool. I like the Lariat past the fireball now. A little bit more activity. Yeah, Sequele. I like that a lot.
Yeah, perfect jump range right there.
And not extending his hurt box by throwing a normal, right?
Yep.
That's super smart.
And that's what you wanted to see, too. It's not always about the counter poke. It's about how you control, and that can be done in the air, too, as well as the punch. Uh-oh.
Man, 7BD has been pursuing a lot of the V-trigger activation rather than going for Oki off of these knockdown situations.
Yeah, I mean, I like that decision. It's been paying off. I mean, every single time we've seen the V-trigger come up, it has been paying dividends for 7BD, and sometimes it's better than Oki because that next touch with V-trigger is going to be that much more potent, and it's paying off so much. About to have it. There it is. Not close enough. And there we go. That is so much worth it. Do we see that reset that we were talking about before? EX or SPD? What's it going to be?
Oh, boy. That would have been so dangerous.
Let's be back to it. You have to look for the throw.
You're
But there's
actually
even
close
more.
to dead?
You're dead.
Yeah, that's the one. Nice and easy. 7BD taking full advantage of the walk speed and the range and the habits of Sequele. Live by the throw, die by the throw when it comes to playing as Zangief. Sequele eliminated from the bracket. 7BD is moving on into the second round of losers.
Yeah, I love that from 7BD. And at the very end, that situation was similar to when the SPD did land from the side of Sequele. The whiff throw came through, but then got the SPD afterwards. This time, 7BD did have the answer. I think, is it right here that we get to see that same situation? There it was. And at the end, did not go for the EX, and 7BD had the right answer. So Sequele was looking good For a majority of that round, like one more decision, and it was lights out, but, you know, live and die by the throw, just like you said.
And that's so tough to see. So Quelle was trying his most to get past the air fireballs that last instance. But there have been some pretty good shining moments here from Sequele, right? Being able to utilize that V-Trigger 1 past the grounded fireballs that 7PD was presenting. But there were those certain hiccups, right, where he thought he could have gotten the critical art, and then there's certain moments again where he did have those whiff punishes, and then immediately taken away those moments by 7BD, where we see this final instance where it's like, you know, I think you're going to go for this throw here. It was more than enough. Sequele to get eliminated. 7BD is now moving on to play against Ren.
The renowned gamer themselves, Ren, will have to fight the likes of Akuma, which is going to be incredibly exciting. We saw the Ken and, you know, the Ibuki. We actually saw the Ibuki from the side of Ren on the winner's side. So that's going to be a super exciting match. But the one that we have next coming up is Goba versus Erafon Pearson. This is a top 8 qualifier match.
Yes.
So it is going to be the Claw versus the Minot that we saw earlier, but there's also a E Honda available. So if you were in Goba's shoes right now, do you feel more comfortable on the Honda, or do you think the Minot can handle the Claw? Because we saw before that Vega just dismantled Bison. Like, it was rough. It was incredibly rough, and Erafon Pierce really ran away with it, just playing at such a fast pace. What does Goba need to do? Is it the Minot to play slow and really ice out Erafon, or can Honda do the same thing?
I don't think Honda could do the same thing. I don't think Honda has the same kind of normals, and I don't think there's one big important thing that Minot can do, and that's throw the orb out.
Yep.
Right? She technically has like a projectile forward and backwards, which is going to be pretty important. I think if Erafon ever plays like the patient game that he was looking for and play a little bit more of like a counter poke heavy style, then Minot will be the play for you. But I think if it's going to be a closer range game, Honda might be able to do the job, right? So I think if Goba has a firm understanding of how Erafon wants to play, and more often than not, it's a close-range game, I think Honda might be the pick.
Yeah, and I completely agree with that, too, because, you know, Vega on those defensive options can utilize the V-shift, but once Honda's in and gets close, it is so hard to escape, and I'm looking forward to seeing either type of play style, because both of these players, you know, are fighting it out. This is do or die at this moment, and you better pull out your best here. And I think it's going to be neck and neck, because we saw that Erafon, even losing the match, the disconnect, still able to compose themselves. So anything that comes in front of them that may be a difficulty or get in the way, they've been able to overcome so far in the bracket. So really excited to see.
Yeah, overall, I want to know what the character of choice is going to be. Erafon Pierce, again, getting a pretty close call against Clavisto with the Bison and the Guile. But for the most part, I want to know what exactly is going to be from the side of Goba. Is it going to be the Honda? We did see that last CPT. I wonder how sharp it is currently. And I also want to know which V-set he's been working with up until this point. The Minot play, it was pretty close against Vin Petroleum. But at the same time, I want to know like if he's been exercising with that secondary to see if it's sharp enough to be like I guess, another main, on the level of a main, right?
Yeah, dual mains is always important, especially at this stage in the game with how long we've been playing Street Fighter V. Having two characters that you have in that refined state, you know, the calluses are ready to go, the grip strength is there. Like you have to be able to present that, especially against like even a character specialist, because Erafon definitely a character specialist of the Vega. Like, can you match that with your main as well? And if you have two characters where you have that proficiency, then you're going to feel more comfortable approaching the matchup.
See how it plays out. It's going to be the Minot. Okay, that makes sense.
With the 1-1 too.
If you're looking at like the on-paper matchup with Vega, like you want to make sure that you cover the grounds with the medium to long range. I think that's the ever important choice. I do like Goba's mix-ups with Trigger 1 as well. And I like that, occupying the space early with the, establishing the pace early, I should say.
Oh,
with the orb release and the recall.
All right, I'm just counting the seconds before the raw sweep, and it happened 10 seconds in. Definitely came out in my, like you said, Goba with Minot has the normals that can really contain Vega and keep Goba checked. It will keep Erafon checked, you know, from overextending, because the claw does not reach the orb, and that was huge. You got a raw sweep, I got a raw sweep too, into activate.
Oh,
that was clutch.
I do like the mobility coming in from Erafon Pierce, but once the lockdown happens, what a block!
Oh, yeah, that was instant overhead, but it did not matter. Erafon ready to go. That was so scary.
Punish.
Yeah.
No sky high claw for you.
Nice. No anti-air available as well. Jump arc was hard to deal with, but the raw slide is going to get punished. V-trigger is now available for the side of Erafon. Used the V-reversal before. There it finally is. What a rose! Are you dead?
I think he's dead.
Oh.
Yeah. So what's wild about that is Goba didn't press a button preemptively, and it wasn't a punish from Erafon Pierce. I think Goba tried to anti-air.
That's wild. Yeah, got caught on the flash right there, and I mean, that's incredibly difficult, but sometimes that's how it goes, Goba getting punished. But again, really established the pace in that game, but the pace is slipping away from him.
Oh.
Nice.
Huh, the jump in still catches Goba. Preemptively punishing the...
Yep, there we go.
I'm very surprised to see that actually punish on the right side.
Yeah. Really interesting. This time not letting Erafon land into the corner, just getting the punish in the air there. And there's the anti-air we were looking for. What an overhead, huge extension. And this next sequence, you're going to have V-trigger available. There it is. Can you kill? You definitely get stunned here. Yeah, lights out.
Yeah, there's too much scaling involved.
Yeah, right.
But it's still a frame trap. He had 2 more orbs in place right after the slide. You still could back yourself up with that orb before and after if need be. Goba knew it. Erafon didn't.
Yeah, nobody's got my back like I got my back. And Goba with the setup for themselves, feeling really good about that one. And the pickup off the orb again, controlling the screen pace and setting the pace.
Oh,
Ooh, that was good.
How often do you get away with the sky high claw?
Not often.
And I like this. You know, Erafon has a fantastic ground game, but him taking to the skies a lot more is so hard to catch if you're Minot.
Yep, they're right there, shown on display once again. So Minot can deal with the ground game, but you know, you have to commit to that upward, and that's what we're seeing right now. Changing it up, saying challenging, going to the skies, but not getting the anti-air again. Big counter hit. Timing was just a little bit off.
It's just so tricky. Goba hasn't consistently found an answer against the wall dive. There we go. Yeah, but he has to spend that meter.
Yeah, that's rough.
Can he do it normally?
I'm not 100% sure. I mean, going for the EX consistently, maybe it's a little bit easier, and that's what you want to commit to. Now lockdown once again in the corner, but the
same side
trigger. Yep, back throw. Wow.
That's so tough.
Counter hit again. Tried to go for the anti-air, but it just has gotten checked 3 times now. Erafon Pierce getting so much mileage out of EX, and that's what happened in the previous match too. Just continued to connect with the EX off of a counter hit, maybe because of the effort to anti-air, but you got to have it on deck every single time. And I don't think Goba had the bar that time to go for the command grab.
No, not. I don't think so. But either way, it was such an awkward situation. I gotta say, big shout out to Erafon for taking it back to the Street Fighter 2 days.
Yeah.
A ton of wall dives.
Sometimes you got to commit to the wall dive, and again, it's from before. Like if it's not broken and you see the crack in your opponent's armor, continue to do the option because it's hit 3 times so far. And, you know, it's probably going to hit even more in the set. Oh, and like I said, you know, if it's not broke, why fix it? One more touch to get the stun. Goba
He attempted
getting run over. Yeah.
Trying to get the overhand. That's an excellent choice. Jump back medium punch. Why not? That's been a classic tool for a lot of the folks since Street Fighter 2, actually.
Yeah, taking it back to the old days, the old ways. And I love that walk forward, the confidence right there. Still 2 more orbs, but the orbs are done. Not able this time, change the jump arc. And again, it's the inconsistency of the anti-airs, just does not have the answer. There's another EX bar here. When do you go to the skies? That is what Erafon is looking for.
Probably after a orb release. That's not far enough, I'd imagine. Oh.
Trade, but that trade is definitely in Erafon's favor. And again, that trade paying off. Finally gets the anti-air, but you cannot afford to lose any more health here. And the raw sweep had the V-trigger. You got to be looking for that, all right? It's like he's foaming at the mouth, ready to sweep activate.
Or it's or it's actually allowed to throw out that sweep randomly. That's pretty good.
Feels pretty good. It's like I'm validated now.
Yeah, yeah. I get to play.
I get to play my game. I was already going to press this button, but now it's safe. Tell me more. Sell me in 5 words. Safe sweep, V-trigger feels... That's it. You just
numbers are hard.
Yeah.
I gotta say.
6 words. Feels good. Oh, again. No, didn't even activate. Trying to be cheeky with it.
And I like this pace that Goba's kind of setting here. Ooh, that was a little tricky. Could have been a frame trap. With the release, occupying the space, chipping little by little. He has to play this kind of game out.
Yeah, went
The
for the
preemptive standing heavy punch?
Yep.
Yes, this is the Goba I like to see.
Yeah, Goba just creating a wall of normals, really controlling the orb as well. Erafon getting locked down full screen and on the approach. Now another round on the board. Goba trying to even this up, give us another 2-1, and looking good so far to make that a reality. Oh, again, just the rawest of slides. No validation needed, all right? I'm paying for parking.
I mean, your first 13 minutes are free. So.
That's true.
Oh,
there it is
slide.
again.
Yes.
And a frame trap.
Goba wasn't ready for it.
Oh, no, and this is so huge. Now lockdown once
Command
again.
grab, you already know. Can you do it again?
Do it again.
Oh, he tried?
Yep. All right, where's the frame trap coming in? When do you get the mix? There it is. With
Where's
the
the
throw.
overhead as well?
Yeah, interesting. I mean, maybe waiting for it at the right moment. Oh, my God.
What? Oh, we were just getting to the good part. Goba, please. No. I wanted to see what happened after the mix, right? You got
everything was playing out.
Preemptive orb, a slide, and then a throw. He could have gone for that again for like 2 to 3 more sequences before his final orb for a frame trap. But I think if Erafon Pierce had taken 2 to 3 more throws, I think he would have been at the deficit near death.
Yeah, you just die at that point, I believe.
Yeah,
so
that makes sense.
it was so close. That was when the sequence was beginning, and to see it cut out like that just hurts because Goba was on the brink of getting that round. If Goba lost in that way,
I feel like Goba has had this instance before in CPT, specifically against Erafon. I might be tripping, but I feel like I've seen Goba in a precarious situation where he actually got a disconnect. It wasn't his fault, but we'll see. That's 2 so far for Erafon. A little bit of a disruption in the loser side thus far, but as it stands, it's still been pretty neck and neck when it comes to Goba and Erafon Pierce.
Yeah, and talking about disruptions, it was like a disruption to the pace that Erafon was trying to present as well. We haven't been able to see a lot more of the EX flips in this game because it got checked with the jump back medium kick, back to Street Fighter 2 days, like you said, and then finally getting the initiative with the V-trigger in the corner, and it just cracked like that. I mean, that was one of the first times we actually got to see Vega get shoved into the corner and have to deal with the V-trigger pressure. And it was just too much to handle that the game broke.
You could keep talking.
man. And like we said, crumbling under the pressure in the corner. As soon as you get the offensive sequence, the game just could not handle that momentum.
Yeah.
And Goba sadly was the one to disconnect.
Yeah, so that's the big reveal, is that Goba is indeed the one to disconnect. I feel like that's not the first time that we've seen that happen on the CPT for Goba specifically. So my heart's out to you, man. I loved seeing that Minot. I wanted to see it a little bit more. But as it stands right now, Erafon Pierce is the one that's going to be moving on 2-0 by default due to the disconnection. But that makes Erafon Pierce the next person into the top 8.
Yeah, Erafon Pierce is going to be that top 8 competitor, and that feels really good. Looking at the bracket afterwards, sadly Goba goes out in not an ideal way, but Erafon Pierce was in a convincing place to potentially take that set, and that's the second Erafon Pierce. 2 sides of the same coin. In the first set, he was the one to disconnect, lost a game, and now he, it got paid right back to him, with interest, because now you get a top 8, not only a round, but you get to move on, and it's not the way I wanted that one to close out.
I wouldn't doubt.
What
I mean,
it is.
I'm pretty sure that's not the way anybody wanted to go out, honestly. But as it stands, Erafon Pierce awaiting his victim for Naruto RSA and Hart. We're going to see who moves on between those two in just a bit. We're not going to get there just yet. We do need a little bit of a breather to talk about what's to come in the future.
Yeah, and the future of mobile games, and part of the future of Street Fighter actually is Street Fighter Duel. Street Fighter Duel is the Capcom authorized mobile game that is coming soon. It is currently available in China, so if you are there, please get your hands on it. Future Jake Ryan already has his hands on Street Fighter Duel, so make sure that you join the journey with everyone once the global version is out, because the epic legend is reborn. Make sure you get Street Fighter Duel in your hands and join the millions of players to get become the best fighter. Look at all the fighters that are already available. We see Vega on the screen, and even a different version of Vega. You can change his name. Sometimes he's Dictator, sometimes he's Vega, maybe Balrog at times too on the screen. But Man, oh man, cannot wait for Street Fighter Duel.
Yeah, that's a bunch of characters on the screen, which is exactly what we've seen from the top 16. And speaking of the one that does win it all for the top 8, tomorrow also gets their full tracksuit unlocked, with the CPT tracksuits being able to get unlocked for the winners that make it into Capcom Cup. They're coming your way. The event-winning character will unlock the following Tuesday, so it's time to root for your players representing your favorite characters to get all of these costumes for free. And with the amount of characters that have been seen so far, it's pretty much a coin toss. I don't even know who it's going to be. And I think from what we've seen thus far, if there's any sort of repeats that have happened, I think there's an option to pick a different character, because we've seen that
cool.
one time over. I forgot who it was exactly, but Dave and I were talking about it. But either way, a lot of the tracksuit colors, even if your character doesn't make it, still purchasable with fight money, so even more incentive to grind out some of those games to get some of your favorite tracksuit colors.
Yeah, tracksuit colors are going to be available, and once again, they are free after the winner takes it all. And like we said, the CPT events are also free to enter, so these players all have a great opportunity to continue to fight, and they will be continuing to fight shortly, because 3 more players will be decided for the top 8. The nail biters will continue, and we're going to see who shines through the roughness that is this losers bracket. So stay tuned. We're going to be gone for a short break, but you're going to not want to miss any of this breaking news and action for CPT South Africa.
Time to fight, time to fight. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand have turned to defeat. So fight, time to fight. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are street fighters.
So then, you really want to go through the trouble? Fine.
Oh, we caught him in action! Reeled back in the scenes like, if this is your first time tuning into Street Fighter League, where have you been? We've been waiting for you.
It's Street Fighter League.
Looks like I can have a little fun now.
We're about to take you on a mad, wild journey.
Oh my god. I was actually in awe.
Street Fighter League is coming to see who is the best in the world. And I'll tell you right now, it's only the beginning.
I will fight you.
Gachiku!
Oh wow,
Gachiku. Oh, that is really unfortunate. You saw that exchange right there. We've seen something open with punishment a couple of times, but the jump bags, Kino stealing it all back from Gachiku. You can't jump in the corner! What are you doing? Oh!
Oh my god, just 1 second left and it runs
so
out the
clutch.
Just teasing, just lots of tea. Get the kettle warmed up.
And he gets the stun. That was nasty.
It's even more an international players ball. We're getting players from all over the world. And I said it before, but we're getting the best players here to show you guys off.
No time to be wasted.
I think there's gonna be more than enough to jump in.
There's no escape.
That was actually broken.
That was actually ridiculous. Can I get the digital scissors on that,
Let's begin.
Look, if you're at home watching, please know that you're watching history right now. Best players in the world. This is a dope set of Street Fighter.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you are looking for the pinnacle of Street Fighter V, look no further.
Sometimes I hunt for the
Look at the crowd going mad.
Oh my god.
That's gonna do it. Gachiku got it. He is your champion.
Hold up.
Hell yeah.
Oh!
no.
Whipsy. What was that?
Flip that. Was that the
That was so sick.
He is your back-to-back champion.
where dreams are made.
I said USA invades the stage here. And I cannot express how much this means to Cool But this morning I chose to wake up.
Everything. There's no escape.
Anything. Everything. Everything. I swear I'm ready.
Let's do this.
Bring it on. It's not enough. Let's party. Everything. Everything. Tell them I'm ready for anything.
You have just tuned into the culmination of years of work.
Rest the other way. Somebody call an ambulance. Not for me, but for you.
Is the best, without a doubt, Street Fighter V player in the world.
So don't you ever think y'all gon' let me down. Woo! Swear right now I'm ready to fight.
Things are getting pretty heated as we get to the conclusion of our top 16. We are 3 more matches away to determine who will fill out the rest of the top 8 from the losers' side. All the action has been getting pretty intense. A couple of disconnects here and there, but that's just the nature of the beast. What's important is who's going to represent South Africa from the most dangerous side of the pool. My name is Vicious, here with Jake Ryan, and I can't express this enough, honestly. I want to know how the conclusion is going to be for the top 8.
It is neck and neck for these players, and they get one more opportunity to fight it out now, and that top 8 is already looking fierce, and it's going to get even tighter now because the killers that are already waiting on the winners and the losers side are no slouch, and no slouch. Erafon Pierce was the one who just overcame Goba, but we're going to be talking about the rest of these matches. Naruto RSA versus Hart, which is going to be the Heart of Kohana versus the Heart of Ken. Is the fire still blazing is what we're going to try to see here, because Hart had very strong Ken performance. I mean, in the first game, kind of got overran by, Ryan PM on the Seth, but then Hart just ran through him for the next 2 games, just started winning every single situation, and it just felt like every offensive read was correct. And Naruto showed us the Sagat earlier and then went for the switch afterwards. So are we going to see the Sagat versus the Ken, that steady kind of control gameplay, or maybe another switch, because there might be another pocket character available? And I can't even begin to speculate. Like, how are you going to deal with what is considered the best Shoto right now in the form of Ken?
Right. We've seen kind of like pseudo Shotos from the side of Naruto with the Sagat, but we've also seen the true Shoto with Akuma. I don't know if those are going to be like the optimal choices against something like a Ken with the way that Hart has been performing, right? Pretty close against the Seth earlier. I want to know if Naruto has what it takes to pick maybe like a Ryu. That would be pretty cool.
Oh, that'd be
sick.
No,
I think the Sagat would be just fine.
Yeah.
I do like the Sagat pretty much pressuring Ken in the Fireball game.
Yeah.
I think a lot more. Akuma, I don't know if it's going to be suitable for that character to play on the ground against Ken.
Yeah.
So we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, because Ken can actually contest one of the biggest strengths from Akuma, which is that walk speed, especially with the correct V skill, can run up, really make Akuma feel uncomfortable. And against Sagat, you don't really want to throw fireballs as Ken. Like, you just lose to Tiger Shot. It's incredibly rough, but, rough path for both of these players so far, and we're going to see it play out. I love this costume for Sagat.
Super cool, yeah.
Yeah.
One of the biggest factors, too, I keep forgetting, man, this is ever so important. Ken's fierce DP could run through both Sagat and Akuma by itself. So we'll see if we ever see that coming in from Hart.
Yeah, so your primary and secondary automatically get just shut down by a very strong option that Hart has, but we are playing this neutral patient. I love this. I love this control.
Normal heavy coming in from Naruto. I like that a lot. Here comes Hart.
Uh-oh. Yeah, and I like that challenge right there, too. Potentially going for a frame trap on the side of Hart, and Naruto getting out quickly. Oh, man. I love that, too. The side switch from the Tiger Knee, even if it wasn't intentional. Now you're in control of the screen.
Oh, 100%. That's 100% intentional. I think he was looking for the frame trap afterwards, or at least the meaty afterwards. He tried to get a roundhouse to maybe bait out a throw from Hart, but Hart actually opted to go for the normal. But I digress a little bit. We see again Naruto being pretty normal heavy against Hart.
Yeah, this is just Hart blocking with his face, trying to get in right here. And we see that once again, getting caught with the walk forward off of the Tiger Knee. Any touch will lead to activation. You have to be so careful here.
Oof.
And again, the fireballs, even with the EX, still loses out. Not so rough, but finally activation. V-skill, get off me. One touch and you're done, and there it is. Not a normal this time. Big counter hit.
This is a very different... I had to let that laugh, Brock. Sorry.
Yeah,
that's
good.
so cool. This is a whole different side of Sagat that we don't normally get to see, right? Traditionally, you would see one of those, one of the two, right? Tiger shots and then attempts to jump over it into the Tiger uppercut. But a lot of, ooh, you love to see that cross-cut DP.
Yeah, absolutely love that. Controlling the spacing incredibly well and knowing exactly when it is time to go for that cross-cut. And that's now we're seeing that typical Sagat gameplay.
Oh,
no!
that could have been an uppercut. I don't think that was a punish.
No, that was the perfect spacing to get the uppercut.
Am I tripping?
No, you're not. That was not a punish.
Is it that early?
You get you get uppercutted every time there. Ooh, tried to go for the V skill right there. And again, every single activation has been V reversal so far.
Word.
Uh-oh.
Again. Oh. From the side of Hart, but the throw will do it.
And again,
another one.
Yep.
A back throw will actually kill.
One more to get the job done. Not taking the forward throw. Again, raw activation. That was so risky.
Extremely risky. Oh, you're actually going to be dead. That is so good. Naruto barely hanging in there. That was actually too raw for me.
That was...
The raw V-trigger activation in front of his face like that was so risky.
Like, could he?
But it paid off.
Could he have just like low medium kick to punish the recovery? Like,
I don't even know.
I mean, I would be flinching in that situation too. Be like, he really just did that? Word?
I would have been terrified. Like if I had misplaced the normal afterwards and gotten like EX uppercutted, I would have cried.
Yeah, that's rough. And Naruto coming out on top, right? You know, definitely with the deceptive, just raw activation gets the job done. Yep, there it is. Tiger.
And we've seen Hart pretty much willing to take that risk by jumping in a good amount of times based off of reads, just like that, and it paid off. Again, against a taller character, it's so tough to try to like get that block or like decide between blocking and going for the anti-air uppercut.
Yeah, a little less time to work with, and I mean, we've seen it pretty consistently so far from the side of Naruto, but Hart has seen that there are cracks in the defense. Now, how is this pressure going to lead up? Looking for the frame traps, the challenging out, wonderful stuff. Raw sweep. Yeah, activation was there afterwards as well. Yep, get off me. No plus frames allowed.
Uppercut! Oh boy, I thought he was still going to be in time.
Yeah, you can get so much off of this too. Any touch.
It's still anybody's game too. Ooh. It's so intense. Yeah. It's actually so intense.
Stuck in the corner, and again, playing this screen position so much, and now, oh, using that fireball as an extended normal right there. Naruto trying to walk forward, potentially going for a back throw, which would have killed, but Hart saying, not today. My fireball might not be great, but it was good enough at this moment.
Yeah, his fireball speed's pretty decent.
Yeah.
Speaking of fireball speeds.
Oh, yeah, the #1.
Actually, the #1, yeah.
Nope, no anti-air that time.
He committed to the crouching heavy punch. That's the problem. Hart had called it out. Long recovery on that. Hart now in control. Back-to-back throws. What is Naruto going to do about it? Nothing. He has to hold this uppercut. The traditional one, crouching heavy punch.
Yeah, absolutely love that. And again, the EX to slow down the time. One more touch.
You had so much time after that to do it.
Anything. Tatsu could have followed up with
uppercut.
Yeah,
uppercut would have been the right for the situation. Stuffing it out. I like that. Yo, Hart committing to the rest of the string. Full confirmation. Kicking the eye patch off of him. That's what I like to see.
Yeah, string theory confirmation right there. Just on a different level. And Hart playing from the soul takes a game on the board. Absolutely love that right there. And, you know, making this incredibly competitive. This is so good so far from the Ken. And like he said before, wanted to tear it up in the World Warrior Series. Tearing it up right now in the losers bracket. This is what I wanted to see from this player. Make that run. Give Javi M a reason to sweat.
Ooh. I want to know if Hart's eventually going to try to contest the fireball with an uppercut. Oh boy, this will do just fine. This is exactly what I wanted to see as well. Naruto hasn't had an answer against the throws. Not quite yet, that's one.
Yeah, oh my
but
God.
then we start throwing in the frame traps with the crush counters.
Yeah, this is looking so rough. And again, one more
back to
throw.
square one.
Well, stun, you have to try to challenge out right here. V-trigger activation, not raw this time, and a wonderful punish on the B skill.
Oh,
What a
dropped.
Can't have that at this point.
Not at this stage of the game.
There we go, and again the sweep comes out raw. New donkey, no donkey kick needed, no Ryu allowed, and 1 round to go. Hart, full resources, full bar, critical art also available for the side of Naruto though.
I love the fact that both of these players are letting the victory poses rock.
Yes.
I love that. Big jump in, reaction against the low tiger shot. Hart now back to a very familiar position.
Back
throw instead. Resetting the situation for Naruto.
Yep, and now getting the screen control over to the side of Naruto as well, but confident in that walk forward, walking and blocking. Paying off for Hart,
Yes.
That was so good. The deepest of uppercuts.
No confirm from the side of Hart. Just got a low forward raw. Or just by a single hit. Naruto still content. Yeah, I like that.
Anti-air's on deck now.
Content with throwing some of these tiger shots. Faking out a couple too.
Yeah, and this gray health, look at the chip. Just slowly creating that, taking away that life lead that the side of Hart has, and now we're just trading. Heavy normal game once again.
Just walking out of harm's way to Hart. Oh, no!
The wish confirmed. You're dead. Oh, no! No, yeah.
You know, one solid hit from Hart, if he stuffs out a fireball with the crush counter roundhouse, it's over. You know, that was actually the start of something that could have been wild. He went for a Tatsu.
Yeah.
There was a startup of roundhouse Tatsu, I believe.
That would have been actually insane because the knockdown afterwards, then guess for game, but we're going to have to guess who wins this one. Final game, final round. Once again, 2-1s almost across the board. Heavy normal utilization once again, and the raw sweep I don't think the sweep has been blocked once.
It's been dodged once at least. Naruto does get the jump in. Didn't land anything, but, you know, avoided the sweep.
Yep. Oh, almost had gotten range to punish. But now looking good. V-ship finally represented from the side of Hart.
The next jump in is going to be so dire. I lied to you! Naruto actually pumped away at the uppercut. Oh, my lord.
Air to air. Yep. This is so rough now because any hit will lead into kill confirm. You have to be so careful. Oh, no. Yeah, fight back V-trigger is going to be available on the next touch. There it is.
Oh, this is going to be huge. Oh, he's still got the frame trap.
It's even better.
You're dead. Enhanced uppercut. Oh, so much extra damage. Naruto actually eliminates Hart in a fashion that we didn't think was going to happen, to be honest with you. Hart had a couple of confirms that could have led to death because of critical art, but
just
Naruto
left on the
hung in
table.
there.
Yeah, it was that one confirm where you had to have the buffer available, but just did not get the opportunity to utilize it. And Naruto, even with that drop at the end off the V-trigger, got an even better combo because then the scaling was perfect. Just finish him off, easy peasy. And Naruto closing it out. Got the first game, gave Hart a little bit of momentum, and it looked like it was all in Hart's wheelhouse, but ran out of spirit and soul and steam.
Man, we haven't even seen the overhead option exercise once. I would have loved to see that, possibly.
Not a singular overhead. Only throws, sweeps, and
jump in early finishes, which is super effective. Don't get me wrong. Like that right there, it's so good in getting the punishes on misplaced fireballs. But also pivotal moments like that where you think you have to confirm. And there was a drop too, a significant drop from Naruto earlier.
Yeah, had everything on deck there too. But again, that big counter hit, that was all she wrote at the very end. But Naruto, even with some pivotal drops, you know, drops himself straight into the top 8 bracket and drops Hart to that at-home bracket. Congratulations to Hart again, getting this far in the top 16. Is going to have to wreak havoc in the World Warriors series as they initially planned. So, you know, still happy with their performance, but already had a backup game plan ready to go. And we've got even more matches back-to-back as well. Psycho 9 versus Fireblazer 420. Fireblazer overcoming Soap earlier in the day. No tea bags allowed, and unless we're in the UK, then we can get some tea and maybe some crumpets. But South Africa is where we're playing today. Abigail versus Luke is the projected matchup. We got to see a little bit of the Abigail earlier. The wheel V-skill was just it didn't really get to do anything against the Fireball game.
Yeah.
So.
There was a lot of aggression, a lot of read-based aggression, I should say, from Psycho 9. Like, we talked about the opening gambit, which is so important, especially against a character like Guile.
Yep.
As soon as the Abigail came out, round 1 was opener sweep. Round 2 was a dash.
Yep.
And we didn't get to see any sort of round 3. We did see Psycho 9 utilize Blanca as well, but it was pretty much the shooting range for Apollo to test out his new powers of Sonic Boom. No jokes, though. I want to know if Psycho 9 had adjusted from that initial beatdown from the winner's side. I think there's a lot of potential with both the characters, Abigail and Cody. We haven't seen a lot of Blanca in the spotlight outside of maybe like Wolfgang from his performance over at EVO.
Yeah.
But I just want to know if whether or not the Cody's going to come into play. I think specifically when you're looking at the matchup, Luke versus Cody, I think Cody has a pretty good time against that character. I think Sway's a pretty pivotal tool. Being able to steal turns also with Zonk Knuckles is pretty important. And I think he has the normals to contest even outside of V-Trigger 1 against Cody.
Yeah, you completely read my mind. I was about to touch on the Sway, but it's also important. You mentioned it earlier about the 30% damage you can get off of any low, and that's a low that can actually contest with Luke, especially if you're stealing your turns utilizing the Sway. So if I were Psycho 9, I would be picking the Cody in this matchup, but again, it might not be as strong as the primary that is Abigail, and you know, I don't know. I love seeing more Cody, and Abigail can definitely get the job done, but Cody would be the optimal choice for this matchup.
I would love to see it, right? I mean, if the Abigail does come to play, I think there's one thing to take note of, and if it was whether or not Psycho 9 was doing the homework on Fire Blazer's previous match, I think there was a lot of jump-ins to be had from the matchup that we've seen against Soap. I don't know if it's like a character-specific thing, but there were certain instances where Fire Blazer had kind of tried to not play the neutral game as much, and he went for those jump-ins, so I think Abigail does a pretty decent job of contesting jump-ins.
There it is.
And we'll see if that plays out, right? I want to know if Psycho 9 is going to be as aggressive as he was from his winner's side match, or if he's found a way to reassess his own game plan coming into the loser side, because this is pretty much do or die.
Yeah, the aggression was extinguished incredibly fast before, and we're going to see whose hopes are extinguished here in this losers match. Winner moves on to top 8, loser goes home. Fire Blazer versus Psycho 9. What is the round start? Neutral jump. That's a lot safer than a sweep.
We'll take that. Ooh. Oh, that's such an important jump in. We see shades of Psycho 9 actually coming to light.
Yeah, and I like that. There we go. Anti-air on deck. You can jump in on me once, but I'm not going to let you get away with it again. Oh, as I say, never mind. The skies are his.
Ooh.
That was big.
We see how important the V skill is for Fire Blazer, because he doesn't want to risk having to like utilize the flash knuckle at the right time at the perfect frame. Oh, that's an important jump in, or excuse me, jump out of the command grab, I should say.
Yeah, very huge. But again, V shift to escape and reset that neutral. The EX comes in with the punch, but wow!
What a punish.
Yeah, I love that. Recovered in time there. That was a counter hit. I don't think that Psycho 9 thought Fire Blazer was going to recover.
What
an answer! And now in that comfortable position, Sweep Activate comes out from the side of Psycho 9. But if you establish a space, no!
That was a tough situation because the amount of life left, I don't think he would have been able to survive the unblockable.
Yep.
I think with like the guard break. Even though it's like severely scaled, I don't think there was enough life in him.
Yeah, definitely not enough life, but still fighting back. Fire Blazer now has that corner control. I'm feeling comfortable about these normals with Luke. Jumping away again, but getting crumpled. I'm liking this Abigail now, but command grab success, 0%.
It has to be now. Oh man, if that was just raw command grab,
I think it would have worked. Again?
Yeah, I like that. You know, that's pretty great conditioning. You know, Psycho 9 actually busting out with an early punch. Oh boy. Woo! No, that's a tough situation.
That big fella snuck into the corner. I got mixed out of my shoes, my cleats. You know, I was stuck to the floor, but how did he sneak in? He's massive.
Yeah, and that leads to so much to think about, right?
Yeah.
You get a jump in block, then it's Frame Trap City, a grab, a low, command grab, makes it even scarier to deal with. That was a very tough circumstance to be a part of. Like as soon as the side switch happened, I'm like, oh no.
Yeah, this is.
I blocked the what now? Like that was a cross up? Oh geez.
You mixed me. How? And the thing is too is Psycho 9 wasn't afraid about using the command grab. So that very well could have been just another command.
Yeah.
So you have to respect all of that, and got caught with the counter hit, maybe trying to contest, but yeah, good stuff from Psycho 9, but Fire Blazer fighting back really quick, utilizing that V-skill once again to get that extra little damage off the flash.
He's looking to charge it up again, by the way.
That's why he's creating the space. There it is. Ooh,
Oh,
wonderful.
Confirmed it, yes. Off the wall, uppercut. He gets to do it again if he wanted to, I think. Instead of going for the Sandblaster.
Yep. And again, double sweep for the activate right there.
He's looking for it again.
Being careful just yet. No counter hit there either. Just got opened up. Yep, kills right there. Why does it do so much damage at the end?
Ah, he deserves it.
He does, yeah,
He spends ball for it, he deserves it.
No. He'll never lose to anyone. That's right, Luke. Keep living your dreams.
Don't let your dreams be dreams.
Don't let your dreams be dreams. Give me the Shia LaBeouf Luke mod. I'll never lose to anyone. I'm going to watch every Street Fighter movie back to back. Uh-oh.
Every time he does flash buckles, do it! Oh no, actually every charge of V-skill, just do it!
Do it!
Look at the damage.
So much. And Abigail's a big fella, too.
I take back what I said about the damage earlier, where I said he deserves it, because that was a lot.
I am sorry. Oh my god, actually! Contested with the whip! That was
boy.
tragic! Mistimed, but doesn't matter. Get out. Get off me.
Oh boy, we see a little bit of impatience coming from Psycho 9. He was looking for that trigger activation initially, and he was stopped with the command grab, still getting read by Fire Blazer. The uppercut coming in, 1-1, nice and easy, 2 rounds straight, based off of what? A ton of whiff punishes and a ton of V-Skill 1 activations. I think there were sequences that were pretty much repetitive for the side of, not Psycho 9, sorry, for Fire Blazer, where it was just, you know what, I'm going to wait for him to make the mistake, and I'm just going to whiff punish. That was easily the tell of the tape there. There was nothing too analytical. It was just, you know what, I'm going to wait for him to make the mistakes.
Yeah, and it really came off of that sweep, too, because anytime the V-trigger was available, there was such desperation from Psycho 9 to go sweep, sweep, activate. So I remember on the first sweep, it was the low, medium punish, and then afterwards, you know, got the activation, but every single time afterwards, there has not been an option represented other than the command grab. So Fire Blazer has just been like, all right, rinse, repeat, good old jump back. Nothing beats jump back. But Psycho 9 needs to frame trap in that situation to really lock down Fire Blazer. And you have to make your opponent respect the command grab first, because not a single one has touched, and there is no respect from the side of Fire Blazer so far. But you're going to have to learn today.
We talked about the frame trap. That's one of them. Standing medium punch, leaving you so plus afterwards. So dangerous. But
yikes.
Speaking of
the
back medium punch from Luke. And now crouching medium punch is the meaty. He did get a big counter hit conversion. My lordy. The block stun from the stomp. Unfortunate.
Yeah. Oh, that was so good. Wonderful check on the Sandblaster, but that is, easy. Gets the charge, too. Oh! Hey, yo, that's like almost checkmate right here.
Man, you walked up how many spaces? That was gutsy.
That was grimy right there. The guts and the grime, Fire Blazer really delivering the heat. That was such a good overhead. My God, who does that?
Fire Blazer.
That's right, he does. Plus, why? Didn't even get counter hit there. Maybe try to jump? Oh, that was so ambiguous.
Oh, word? Didn't get to finish the combo?
Yikes.
Yo, Fire Blazer is all over. Does he have enough to finish?
I don't think so. Even if it's a Luke, I don't think he kills.
Uppercut? I throw will do it, though. The overhead so risky. Maple Leaf Crusher. Kick him in the stomach. What happens now?
Uh-oh, this is so scary right here. Is the command grab going to finally connect? That's the question.
He jumped
That's so huge!
No! Oh, you're dead. You lost. You lost. You lost.
Yeah, so good. Finally from Psycho 9 getting that situation read
and
correctly.
He gets to save the critical art. Fire Blazer literally gave the game away off of that overhead.
It was overhead into EX to DP. It went risk after risk.
Even that. She didn't even need to jump out of the unblockable.
Yeah.
There's so much scaling involved with the unblockable that you don't even need to fear. You wouldn't have even been in that situation had you not taken the brunt of the first 2 activations of trigger.
Yeah, tried to take the easy way out, and now might be taking the easy way out of the bracket. Psycho 9 finally having things connect. The first command grab of the game connected as well. The Fire Blazer looking for a way to challenge. Again, lockdown once again for the EX, but we're back to neutral.
Oh. A punish is a punish, we'll take it. Fire Blazer finishing off with a Dormo Barrack. Yes, sir. Covering the anti-airs with the uppercut. just moving his way on in. But Sandblaster is going to be covering this much of the space right now. He doesn't want to be pushed into the corner just yet.
There it is, sweep activate. That's exactly what Psycho 9 was looking for. And the challenge one more time. This is going to be so much damage.
Again.
Do not jump. Oh, jump right over, and it was the perfect timing. Not stuck in the corner. Abigail isn't big enough to deal with that, and Fireblazer was big enough to deal with Abigail and send them right back to the junkyard. Congratulations to Fireblazer 420. Psycho 9 is going to have another opportunity next year and in the World Warrior Series to potentially qualify for Capcom Cup. But, you know, 9th place in this top 16 bracket doesn't feel too bad.
Not too bad at all. I got to say, there were a couple of reads from both ends, but I got to say there were a couple of misfortunes, too, when it came to the trigger activation and what Psycho 9 wanted to do offensively. We've seen the potential of the offense from Psycho 9.
Yep.
There was a lot of moments of greatness that he had to force Fireblazer into these awkward situations of guessing. And more often than not, when those opportunities presented itself, he took full advantage by taking like the games, making big comebacks happen. But in the moments where he didn't have that kind of offensive pressure going,
it was rough.
It was all Fireblazer.
Yeah, all Fireblazer, and I mean, that's also just like the discrepancy between Luke and Abigail. Like, Abigail has to take so many more risks to get that high amount of damage, and Luke just has massive opportunities to, you know, to get that V-skill charge, can confirm really easily and get like 30% off of a 3-hit combo. And it's just so hard, especially with, you know, lack of a projectile on the side of Abigail to even contest the Sandblaster or the V-skill charges. So really good stuff to Fireblazer overall, dealing with the options from Psycho 9, only getting command grabbed once that entire set. So Fireblazer really had a nice control on that match. And, you know, the next two players, they have control of their destiny in this bracket. Our last game of the day, Ren versus 7BD. Oh boy.
I want to know if Ren actually utilizes the Ken ever, because we talked about it, or at least Ren had talked about it in terms of the character selection that he has. But I think the Ibuki did just fine against Javi M.
Yep.
I think if it's not Javi or Billy Date, I think Ren has been showing like signs of greatness. I think there's really big moments where he's like, okay, he could potentially be the next big champion for the South Africa region. 7BD also being able to adjust against Tokele Zangief, who has been the big dominant grappler of the group, right?
Yeah.
Placing third in the World Warrior event.
So
that
good.
is a pretty big title to take down the big fella Tokele. So 7BD going up against Ren, it's kind of a toss-up. I want to know if it's going to be the Ibuki coming up against the Akuma, and if so, how much experience 7BD has against this project, or actually how much experience Ren has against something like a V-Skill 2 Akuma.
Yeah, it was really exciting to see the V-Skill 2 Akuma, and I know earlier we saw, you know, breaking the rules of fighting Akuma, pressing buttons against A+ Fireball. Yeah. I don't want to see that same situation play out again, and we are actually not going to get to see the Ibuki.
Perfect.
We're going to see the Ken running the V-Trigger 2, and we talked about this before, actually, when it was Naruto obviously having the Sagat and the Akuma available. We talked about the EX, we talked about Fierce DP dealing with Fireball from both characters incredibly well. Are we going to see that from Ren? Already representing the low forward into the DP.
That's the first low forward DP we've seen thus far.
Ooh,
and a cross-cut DP. That's the second one we've seen thus far. Important to note, too. Oh, boy. On top of the damage we're about to get and the corner kick. No, that doesn't work. That does not work anymore.
It does not, and you know what? It hurts my soul, and you know what also hurts my soul? No V-Skill 2. We're back to V-Skill 1 in this matchup, so definitely matchup specific, but we're on V-Trigger 2. Now, we changed everything, the whole tape. I love these extensions.
Yeah, getting that damage also is pretty critical off of Trigger 2.
Ooh, the second low forward into DP that we've seen. Hey, yep, full extension. That's so much damage. Nice throw tech. Definitely necessary, but one more touch to get it done. Oh, just sticking it out every single time.
Why not?
That's right. Looking for the fireball. Oh, not the fireball you're looking for.
Oh. Yo, 7BD is still throwing fireballs from that range. That could be so dangerous. I mean, obviously, he took the round, but Ren could, if he, even outside of that low forward range, he could still get a heavy DP.
Yep, it's incredibly scary, and we've already seen the hit confirms come out from Ren. I want to see the Fierce on the fireball, and, you know, that's a good punish, too. That was a counter hit. And, you know, I love this confidence from Ren right now. Nope, nice. Missed the anti-air, but didn't commit too hard on the demon flip. Nice punish.
Oh, he still could have got it. He did manage to catch throw from Ren, but he didn't have time to whiff Punisher.
Nice jump in on the EX Fireball. So much to spend here, too. Gonna save it for the next sequence. Uh-oh. No way. You're not dead.
Uppercut critical art? Yeah, you're dead.
Oh, my God.
No, wait, there's a lot of scaling involved. That's a tough call.
So close. Oh,
yeah,
my God.
by a pixel.
And the anti-air, this is when the party starts, has V-Trigger. You have to be so careful here because the next sequence with this V-Trigger 2 is going to do so much damage. Watch out for all the frame traps. Have to deal with all of this pressure. Throw on the go. Yikes! Oh!
He hesitated, and Ren knew it. He hesitated and was like, you know what? I just need one touch. If you decide to leave a gap, I'm 100% going to take that. And it was a good call out, too, I think, from 7BD. It could have been like an EX uppercut, possibly, but Ren was 2 steps ahead.
That was so good from Ren.
What a safe choice.
Yeah.
What a safe choice.
Checking with the low, and you know what? You got to block your toes in that situation. Great answer to the shimmy is typically like a low forward in that situation anyways, or crouching short. So wonderful from the side of Ren on the Ken. Let's see if he can do it again here in our potential last game of the day, potential last rounds. And again, yeah, that's consistent low forward uppercut. And that was raw. No EX, no nothing. Reversal.
And it was a counter hit too.
Yep. Careful. Can't throw fireballs at this range. Are you going to test Ren? You're just looking at each other, man.
Oh! Yeah, that catches. That definitely catches.
Even better.
Tatsu, uppercut. Look at the damage.
40%.
Back throw. Oh, yeah. Yo, Ken had already retracted his leg before the uppercut came out.
That's wild. And right now, wild damage coming out on the other side. No, going for a quick little reset.
Switch.
Yep. Wants the corner position. Feels better here. So much gray health. Oh, not able to punish the low. Just yet. And again, we're in that same situation. Are you going to get impatient?
Oh, it's dangerous. You could actually chip.
Yeah, the critical art is available. All you have to do is just touch
him.
You could have done it.
Oh, no, he gave away.
Red probably not aware. Oh, my God, it doesn't matter. Counter it comes out the same situation.
Oh, my God.
Red didn't see the critical art.
That's fine.
Kill, but you know what? It works out.
I'll take that.
Oh, saves 2 bars. It was meter efficient. The economy's rough nowadays, man. Yep, nice throw.
Anymore? Yep.
Again. Do it again. 3rd time. Show me the DP on the fireball. That's all I want to see. Oh, it doesn't matter. Yep. Whiffs on the second part. Again, has the critical art available. Again, back throw. This is looking grim.
Dead.
And yeah, you are deader than dead.
Ladies and gentlemen, he
no,
dropped
the
it.
drop! But it doesn't matter.
Like
You recover in time. And
that was just a bait. That was just a bait. That was an advanced frame kill. Was what that was. That was master level frame kill and bait.
That was a top 8 frame kill right there. I don't need the meter to kill. We talked about how rough the economy was, and he's like, you know what? I'm putting
That's Ken Masters.
I'm putting
man.
it all on my master's degree because it's going to be forgiven anyway. 7BD is not going to be making it tomorrow because Ren with the Ken came out on top. Fantastic play right there. I love the aggression. I loved all the hit confirms off of the low forward into the DP. One of the first displays of that we've seen. We didn't get to see a lot of that from Hart. We didn't get to see any of that from Hart, but Ren had it on deck.
Ooh.
And, you know, consistency is key, and those hit confirms were consistent to get the dub.
But there were some definitely scary moments. I think there was a lot of gaps that Ren could have taken advantage of against CBD's offense, or 7BD's offense, excuse me. But I got to say, there were also certain instances where Ren had dropped some crucial finishers. I will say that. But
this hurt.
Luckily for Ren, still able to take it. Man, this is a scary sight.
Yeah.
That was such a scary sight. I almost panicked because we've seen those highlights before. Those make it on a variety of YouTube clips. Trust me, I've been there, 7BD. Don't worry about that. Listen, it may be the end of your run, but there's still the World Warrior events to come. Ren is our final player to make it into the top 8.
Yeah, fantastic performance from all of our competitors so far. And even though we have had 8 fall and 8 more are left in the tank to play for tomorrow. Really exciting to see this losers bracket shaped up in an amazing way. 2-1s almost across the board, only 3 2-0s. So neck and neck competitiveness the entire way. So man, I couldn't have asked for a better top 16 losers.
And we've seen a lot of variety. We talk about that pretty much out the gate when it comes to some regions or some of the regions that we have for the Capcom Pro Tour. But there's a lot more variety that we could expect from Street Fighter Duel. The Capcom authorized mobile game Street Fighter Duel is now available for download in China with a global version coming real soon. The epic legend is reborn on mobile. Download Street Fighter Duel now and let's fight for each other to join the journey with millions of players to become the best fighter, which is exactly what we're looking for in the South Africa region. We're getting closer and closer to that finale. We still have the rest of top 8 to go tomorrow, but again, that establishment is just keeping me guessing right now. I'm so looking forward to both Street Fighter Duel and the conclusion of this top 8.
Yeah, and something that's going to keep us guessing as well is next week's CPT, which is going to be Brazil. So make sure that you get your registration on as quickly as possible because registration closes on August 29th. Your Labor Day weekend can be spent no better than watching CPT Brazil. Some of the best players in the world are going to be on display there. The top 16 and then the top 8, obviously, on September 3rd and 4th. Pre-show starts at 12:30. 1 p.m. is when the show ultimately begins, so don't miss No Neutral, and don't miss your chance to sign up on capcom.us/Brazil. That's the place where you're going to want to be to see some of the best action in the world, man. I absolutely love watching all the CPT we've seen so far, and even more CPT to come in the form of Brazil and the rest of the schedule available there. As you can see, Brazil, and then we have no event, a little bit of a break, but a long registration period for the Nordic and Baltic event, and then another little break from the 1st to the 10th, and then Asia, one of the strongest regions that the world has ever seen, going to be able to duke it out. I absolutely love this slate of events that we have coming up.
And there's certain moments where, you know, the months are pretty much jam-packed weekend after weekend for Capcom Pro Tour events. But we all know we're trying to get to that big spot into the Capcom Cup. We're trying to see which of the players step up to the occasion for their certain regions. And that's exactly what we have the World Warrior events for, right? For all the Street Fighter V action that you miss in terms of waiting for the Capcom Pro Tour, you get to experience it with some of the other communities around the world, right? Specifically, Get Washed that's been happening for the South Africa region with random select events throwing it down month after month. We get to see some of the best and brightest of South Africa that we've experienced so far in the top 16 also make it through into those tournaments for the World Warrior positions, events for the position into Capcom Cup. Javi M most recently taking one of them out in first place, right? We've had the likes of Sequele as well and Billy Date. A lot of these names are pretty much household names in South Africa and looking to claim their spot along with the other tournament organizers you see on your screen for all their respective regions. For more information and details on how to sign up, CapcomProTour.com is where you need to go. Ladies and gentlemen, we've established our top 8 thus far, but we still have so much more to talk about, right?
Oh, yeah.
How we even got here for the top 16. It's been pretty much neck and neck. I think there's only been, 3 to 4 matches where it went 2-0, but there's still a lot to talk about in terms of what's to come for top 8, right?
Oh, yeah. So much to talk about, and, you know, we're going to get to that really soon because you're going to want to hear all our insights coming up, but we're going to have to take a little break beforehand as we collect our notes and compose ourselves because top 8 tomorrow is going to be amazing, but we're going to tell you the whole story just after this break.
Time to fight, time to fight. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand up turn defeat. So fight, time to fight. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are street fighters.
We have had a fantastic top 16 so far, and only 8 players remain, but we are going to tell you the entire story if you're just joining us. Sorry you're a little bit late, but there's a wonderful VOD to watch. And if you've been watching and you're just joining now, I'm Jake Ryan, joined by the wonderful Vicious here. And man, we've had some great Street Fighter to watch this morning.
Pretty diverse in terms of the roster, right? But one thing was for certain, we talked about this in No Neutral with Rob TV and Brian F. One of the two players to watch were definitely Javi M and Billy Date. And guess what? They happened to make it past their first round and are already going into the top 8. But there's 2 other players that are joining them in the ranks. And we'll get to that just a little bit, right? Let's take a look at the top 16 and how we even got here so far. Again, it's been pretty close and hotly contested across the board, right? 2-1s is what you've seen primarily.
Yep.
A big difference in what we've seen in the Central America West throwdown from last weekend. As you can see, Javi M going up against Ren, pretty much the first game of the day. Could have gone either way, right? That 2-1 could have gone towards Ren's favor with that Ibuki. A couple of mishaps coming from the side of Javi M. A little bit of nerves.
Oh, yeah.
But for the most part, managed to clean it up at the last second.
Yeah, cleaning it up at the last second and securing that winner slot for the first side of the top 8. But Apollo on the other end against Psycho 9, that was, while it was neck and neck for the first game, Psycho 9 didn't really get to play much against Apollo. We got to see some very interesting anti-air options from the Guile that you don't typically see, you know. Getting to mark down in my notebook that I saw Guile do a jump medium kick to punish a Blanca ball was not what I expected. It was not in my bingo card. But in my bingo card for tomorrow is obviously Apollo versus Javi M. Going to be one hell of a match. Obviously, Guile versus the likes of Javi M. It's going to be, I mean, Javi M has so many characters. You have the Karin, you have the Nash. What is going to be represented? But we're going to have to find out then. And then on the other side, the other killer that we expected to get to this top 8 winner side, Billy Date versus Naruto. And Naruto also put up a fantastic fight. Fell just short a little bit because Billy Date was able to compose themselves. And just,
it was so dominant.
The change into the change into the change was good. I didn't think I was going to see the Zeku today.
So the Minot was something I wanted to see from Billy Date. I wanted to know how his secondaries were pretty much how they were going to be up to date. Right? No pun intended. We've seen slight of the Minot. We've seen a little bit of the Zeku as well, both proving to be efficient enough to take down Naruto. I wonder if it's in preparation for one target and one target only. I think those side characters were definitely something for Javi M, considering their current rivalry situation going on.
Yeah.
But he has to face off against Vin Petroleum, who faced off against Goba earlier, right? That Bison play is what we saw. We thought it was going to be Rashid. We thought he was going to go a mile a minute. But he did so in a different way through the vehicle of Bison. He went from going to like a pretty much regular race car to like the modern muscle.
Oh, yeah, dude. Muscle just way right through and just shut down Goba. It was like scissor kick after scissor kick after scissor kick in it. Goba just could not create this space necessary to thrive in that matchup. And, you know, those players did thrive in the matchups on the winner side. But down to the losers, that's where the Sharks were eating good. And, my God, we got to see a handful of matches. In the first one, Erafon Pierce versus Clavisto, and it was a disconnect that actually was in the favor of Clavisto, but Erafon Pierce was able to close it out with the 2-1, and then followed up by Hart versus Ryan PM, and that match was a doozy because Ryan looked like he had it locked down right in the beginning, but then Hart tapped in and just ran over Ryan PM for the other 2 games.
Then you had Soap versus Fireblazer. A little bit of an eager start for Soap. Did get the first round and decided to test his peripherals midway through in the moment of a stun, but Fireblazer was not having it. That's the first Luke representation also that we've seen for the top 16. So we've seen pretty much the return of the Mac when it came to the first round deficit. Sequele also facing off against 7BD. Sequele was actually one of the favorites going into the loser's side, right?
Yep.
Placing third, a very strong finish over the World Warrior events with that Zangief. Wasn't able to take down the Akuma, which is a very surprising pick overall because we rarely get to see the Akuma, which happened to show up on the winner's side as well. But that's neither here nor there. Looking at round 2, Erafon Pierce versus Goba, there was a slight disconnect again.
That one hurt.
But this time it was
Goba.
It was because of Goba, right? And that's also what happened. I think that's what happened to him in the last CPT he was a part of.
That's rough. And I mean, that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. You can't control that. And, you know, with the tournament that we are offering, it is free to enter, and sometimes the conditions aren't perfect, and Goba just He drew the unlucky draw, and there were no unlucky draws in the future matches. Naruto versus Hart, and that one was back and forth as well. Hart was like one hit confirm away from winning the entire thing, but Naruto able to close it out with a quick little reset after the V-trigger activation, and a raw V-trigger activation too. Some really bold decisions, and you know, the brave and the bold, listen to your heart, and you will come out on top. Gonna have to be fighting Erafon Pierce tomorrow. And then on the other side of losers, this just continues to go on. Fire Blazer played against Psycho 9, and Psycho 9 just continued to try to run the offense and continuously tried to go for the command grab, and Fire Blazer was like, rinse, repeat, jump back, medium kick, punish, charge up my V skill. I'm having a great time, and gonna be having a great time tomorrow fighting against Ren, who fought 7BD, and Ren showed us the power of Ken, that horizontal reach of the fierce uppercut. So many low forward fierce uppercuts confirmed. Just mwah.
This is the first time we've actually seen those consistent confirmed. One thing I wanted to also say about Psycho 9 earlier was the fact that, you know, we did see glimpses of that offense actually shine against Fire Blazer, kind of forcing those panic moments, because there was a little bit of unfamiliarity as to whether or not to just take the unblockable or not. But moving on again, Ren versus 7BD. Boy, oh boy, was that a barn burner. I got to say, Ren was hitting all the right notes when it came to checking the movement of 7BD, checking some of the mistakes that 7BD was making as well, throwing fireballs in places where he was not allowed to, especially with the presence of V-Trigger 2. We also saw a slight mishap from 7BD where it's like seeing shades of Akuma's past, where he thought he could do the sequence of like crouching medium punch, standing medium kick into V-skill, canceled into Tatsu, into like roundhouse Tatsu. He mistimed it. I think he would try to go for like maybe like a side switch too, but then you could also just go like raw into like roundhouse Tatsu if you wanted to. I think it was just a slight, I think it was just a timing thing. I think it was just an execution thing rather than him not being able to do so, or not being able to do that kind of combo again. So that was really unfortunate. A little bit of mishaps. We saw the timing be an issue also for Ren towards the end. Right, missing the uppercut into critical art. So I might have misspoken earlier for those that have heard it. So Akuma, again, just not up to snuff from 7BD versus Ren.
Yeah, not up to snuff, and all the players that are left in the bracket are definitely up to snuff, feeling fantastic about their placing it, getting top 8 in the South Africa CPT. So, you know, even more games to play tomorrow, but all the games have been played today, and I have to ask the question, knowing that the top 2 are already upstairs, Javi M and Billy Date. If you had to pick one player that has showed like just the most consistency so far today, I know the winner's side, we only got to see one game played from both of them. Who's your favorite to take it? Because right now, I actually have someone from the loser side, I think, doing a fantastic job. And there's our top 8 bracket.
I think that's an easy call. On the count of 3, we're going to say it. Ready? 1, 2, 3, Ren. Easy peasy. Yeah, I think Ren has been absolutely the most consistent in terms of his hit confirms. And like his decision making has been overall great. He understands the matchups on paper and knows exactly how to run over some of his opponents. There were a couple of mishaps against Javi. I think there was a little bit of nerves involved too. The Ibuki was looking pretty sharp, no pun intended, with the kunais, but just slight miscalculations. And I get that, you know, it happens online in the mean streets, but I think overall, in regards to the loser side, like we've talked about Javi M and Billy Data as like the winner side too, but it's not to discredit Apollo and Vin Petroleum. Ren has been looking pretty darn good. But let's kind of highlight this a little bit. I think Vin Petroleum with the Rashid could be a problem for Billy Date. I think Billy Date also, you know, going back and forth with a couple of characters, there might be a bit of a challenge against Vin Petroleum.
Yeah, and I love that too, because we didn't get to see Vin Petroleum on the Rashid today, so now it's an unknown factor. Obviously, these players have played together more often than not, so Billy Date has to be ready for that. But you didn't get to see it yesterday. What do you have in store? I'm saving that for when it matters the most, and that is going to be so good. And then on the other side, Apollo versus Javi M. Like,
we didn't even get to see that, by the way. I want to know. Like, I think Apollo is in a pretty good condition to take it down against Javi M, just based off of the character selection. And his current placement with the World Warrior events, right? He did place 5th. I think Guile versus Karen is going to be a pretty good matchup for Apollo.
Oh, 100%.
So we're going to see. I think there might be some potential space for upsets. I do think so. So there's a lot of potential here. But yeah, just coming from like the overall picks, Ren seems to be like the most potent right now. A couple of shaky starts, but that's only because we've seen more games out of him.
Yeah,
in comparison.
True.
I think it was unfair to make the assessment just because we haven't seen enough of Apollo and Vin Petroleum because of how fast their matches were.
Oh, they were mad quick, and that's the thing about Apollo. We got nearly no data because it was 2-0, just back to back with the rounds. It just did not get. We didn't even get to see Apollo like put into a defensive situation. Like does crack under pressure. Like it was all offense all the time. And man, this bracket is going to be so good.
Man. Now that we're like actually putting it, you know, in a broader perspective, I really want to see Javi M versus Apollo. I think that's the matchup I'm excited for the most.
Yeah, you know, I think that's a great call out because untested waters, Javi M is definitely the one who struggled more against Ren in the loser side, while Apollo was easy breezy moving on. And anybody can take it. You may be the favorite, but dude, Hart's probably feeling it right now. He's like, Javi M, I swear, if you don't win this, if you don't win this thing and you come to that World Warrior Series, I'm gonna raise
I'm so
hell.
excited for this. I really enjoy watching this region, honestly, because South Africa has been improving pretty significantly just in comparison to like what we've seen from their pretty much inception into the Capcom Pro Tour.
Yep.
We've seen what they're about in the World Warrior Series as well. So really looking forward to this region. Overall, we've pretty much given our thoughts in regards to what we deem the top 8 is going to be like. Again, we just see it on paper, but we want to see what the results are going to be like pretty much same time tomorrow. But we have so much to look forward to in the realm of the CPT, right? We have so many more people to put into the Capcom Cup, whether it be from our events here, whether it be for the World Warrior Series. In fact, we have another series going in pretty much in a couple of weeks from now with Brazil. We want to remind you all at home, the registration will be closing very, very soon. So if you're from Brazil, it's going to be closing August 29th. You want to go to capcom.us/Brazil. That pre-show is going to be happening at 12:30 with the boys, Brian F. and Rob TV with No Neutral. And the stream is going to be starting promptly at 1 p.m. Pacific time. Again, do not miss your opportunity, especially if you're from Brazil, to represent your region into Capcom Cup.
Yeah, representing your region is one of the best parts of the Capcom Pro Tour. Wherever you are from the world, you get to represent the game and you get to represent your place in the world. Like, you get to be so prideful about that because you want to be able to contest against anyone. And you know what? You get the chance to earn your spot, whether it's the World Warrior Series or in the CPT in one fell swoop.
You know, the only bad thing about having to do something like this at this hour is the fact that the event's over and we have to wait the entire day. Now we have to go on about our days to figure out what's going to happen in top 8. Like,
dang.
Am I going to go for lunch? Am I going to go to sleep? I don't even know.
I forgot, yeah. Normally we're here at like 2 a.m. and then it's like, all right.
Yeah. Now we actually get to salvage the rest of our day, but we're going to be groggy as heck. But I'll tell you what, man, this is something to really think about. I really love seeing how these regions have really shaped up in the finale, the final season of Street Fighter V. So I'm looking forward to this top 8, Ryan.
Yeah, looking very much
Mr. Ryan,
forward.
excuse me.
Mr. Ryan. My father is is Ryan, but it's okay. You can call me that. We're close friends. Jake Ryan.
I know Jake Ryan for a long time.
Yeah,
He's
exactly.
a good friend of mine.
Exactly. And we've known for a long time that CPT has been amazing, and we've got even more amazing matches coming for the future. So
that's right.
Even though we're all done for today, are you ready to wait, a solid 24 hours to get it done again?
We're going to have to. Ladies and gentlemen, that's going to pretty much conclude our top 16. It's going to be the same time tomorrow. You do not want to miss it. And again, if you guys want to hit us up with all your favorite highlights, let us know on Twitter as well. In the meantime, be good, be safe, be well. We'll see you all for the top 8 for more of the Capcom Pro Tour for South Africa tomorrow. Take care. See you all for the top 8 for more of the Capcom Pro Tour for South Africa tomorrow. Take care.
Very similar gameplay loop.
Damn! For more of the Capcom Pro Tour for South Africa tomorrow.
Right now. Gameplay loop.
Damn! Now it is. It's a chip damage.
That grade definitely goes in the favor of Erafon here, but this activation is every time. And perhaps next hit will lead to a stun scenario.
Oh, that's not going to be enough.
Oh my goodness.
Woo! That is so true. That is... You did it before, actually.
Again, but lack of confirm. We are 1 for 4 on that. Incredibly rough now. Feature activated has the full charge, and the V-Ship gets punished. Stun's going to be the next touch. And that's actually even better because now Critical Art is going to kill. And that should be the set. Ryan PM falling apart.
Just frame flash knuckle online is so difficult to do. So you have to rely on those booster charges more often than not to get some of the good damage. And you can see Firebreaker has prioritized getting the booster off a lot, but Soap, once he caught wind of that, it's been game over. Oh boy. That would have been so good.
Look at the throw.
You're actually close to dead.
You're dead. What is overhead, huge extension. In this next sequence, you're going to have Beatrigger available. There it is. And you kill it. You definitely get stunned here. Yeah, twice.
Yeah, there's too much scaling involved. You can see what if...
Yeah, fight back Beatrigger is going to be available in the next HUD. There it is.
Oh, this is going to be huge. Oh, he's still got the frame trap.
It's even better.
You're dead. Enhanced up. Covering this much of the space right now. You want to be pushing to the corner just yet.
And the challenge one more time. This is going to be so much damage. Do not jump. Oh, right over. Second part again. Has the third part available again. Back throw. This is looking grim.
Dead.
And yeah, you are deader than dead.
Ladies and gentlemen, he dropped it. Not like this. That was just a bait. That was just a bait. That was an advanced